Here in beautiful Naples, Florida, the weather is heating up and so is the competition as we enter day 3 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. So far, we've seen some of the best players in pickleball bringing their A games and leaving it all out on the court. When you're playing against the best, you have to be the best. And these athletes are stepping up to the challenge. Today's lineup, mixed pro split age doubles, a fast-paced category you won't find anywhere else. A pro and a senior pro combine talents to knock out the competition. The fans are ready for the heat. Are you? It's starting now at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championship. Welcome to day number 3 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. With a beautiful aerial view of East Naples Community Park and in the distance the Minto development, we're here in gorgeous Naples, Florida once again for an amazing event. I'm Rusty Howes from Pickleball Channel, joined again with Mark Renneson from Pickleball Coaching International. Mark, thank you for being here again. Yesterday was quite an amazing day, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right. I mean, here at the U.S. Open, the action is always great, and we had the pro split age group. It's a really unique division, and throughout the whole day, we had really great action. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, you had the women's doubles. It was amazing matches that we saw all day long.
Yeah, that's right. And the split age group is an interesting category. You've got a pro playing alongside a senior pro, and we saw the women out there. We see Irina Tereshchenko and Cami McGregor battling it out with Callie Smith and Eva Welsher. Really, it was, I mean, such a variety of styles of play out there on the court and competitive throughout. Tereshchenko and McGregor eventually taking it, going the distance to 11-8 in the third.
Yeah, that last match, a lot of people didn't think we were going to 3, but it did. And at the end of the second match, things turned around. We've had people commenting around the world about how incredible that match was. But that wasn't it. It also had some great stuff happening in the men's split age match.
Yeah, that's right. High power action. We see Dane Gingrich and Riley Newman. They were taking on Mircea Murariu and J.W. Johnson, the upstart. And really a little bit of everything. We see why these pros and these senior pros are so tough out there. There are no easy matches in this tournament. And what a treat for us and what a treat for all the fans here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, amazing exchanges, the speed, the athleticism, the power. Once again, I saw somebody did a funny little quote, says we're going to ban anybody who says pickleball's only for old people. So here we have both young and old competing at a highly competitive level. So we are here. Get ready for an exciting day of mixed pro split age at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championship.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Welcome once again to Zing Zang Championship Court here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. It's Rusty Howes, joined with Mark Renison, and we are coming a little bit early to show you game number 3 of the mixed pro split age.
So that's right, Rusty, on the near side of the court, we've got Dane Gingrich and Callie Smith in the red and white. And on the far side of the court, in the blue, we've got Mircea Morariu and his partner, Georgia Johnson. And it's been a bit of a wild ride here. Smith and Gingrich took the first game, 12-10. Johnson Morariu stormed back, taking game 2 easily. And Smith and Gingrich, 3-1 and the serve.
So if you were watching our stream yesterday, you had an opportunity to see each of these players with different matchups. Yesterday was the men's and women's doubles. So pro split age, there was some amazing action. Gingrich was champion yesterday with his partner. And we're excited to see how today unfolds.
Second server.
So that's right, the mixed pro split age. So we got mixed doubles out here, which many people will be familiar with. The way that the pro split age group works is you've got pros and senior pros playing together. You need one from each category. And it creates all sorts of, looks like that ball was just wide.
One and then around the post almost.
Yeah, it creates all sorts of interesting opportunities for different kinds of tactics out there, right? You see the tactics that you'll often see during mixed doubles, but now you're also factoring in one player's probably significantly older than the other one. Certainly the case of Morariu and Johnson. Georgia Johnson, just a teenager out there.
Big overhead finish there by Callie Smith. Serve goes to Morariu.
Well left by Gingrich. So good at knowing when to hold back. It's a pretty important skill for players of all calibers.
And as we're starting out our day, we want to just say thank you once again to everyone who makes this possible, from the volunteers to the sponsors. And today, as you can see, that glowing yellow ball, the Franklin X40, is the official ball of the tournament. Franklin's actually the official bag of the tournament as well.
Second server.
Nicely through the middle there by Johnson and Morariu.
Brief
conversation between Gingrich and Smith.
So a little bit of a switch there. Often you'll see the men be on the left side, so they've got their forehands in the middle. Not so right now with Smith and Gingrich. Oh, that ball's well wide.
So some smiles happening on the court. We're early in our broadcast day, but it's 1:40 East Coast time here. Heating up a little bit. There's been a breeze all week long so far, but we definitely are in Florida. These players have been playing outside on the other unshaded courts earlier.
Second serving.
It's the right play from Johnson right there. That ball was high enough. She just sort of mistimed it a little bit. You can see Smith and Gingrich, they might have got away with it a bit.
1-3-2. Side out.
Georgia Johnson has really impressed me with her play. The youngster out here doesn't show really any signs of being timid, being on this championship court. Partner
3-1-1.
Muraru guiding her along the way, veteran.
Interestingly, as we said yesterday, all of them were out here. Murario and Gingrich were playing against each other in the men's doubles. So, Mark, being the next day, having just played in the men's match, how much of a advantage or disadvantage does that have to them in the mixed match?
I mean, it was a long day yesterday for all these players, but they know what they're getting themselves into. They're fit enough. They're going to be back and fresh as a daisy out here, no problem. Callie Jo Smith yesterday, we were talking during the broadcast about how physical she is when she plays, how much court she has to cover, how movement really is the strength of her game. And so, she put on more miles than most of the other players, but I have no doubt that she can handle that.
Here we are at the net with all 4 players getting in on the action.
That two-handed backhand from Gingrich. He will use that non-dominant hand, that left hand, to speed things up. Make it a little tricky to see which direction he's going to be sending that ball, and of course, putting enough spin on it makes it tough to handle.
Side out.
So you have this over the shoulder, this the kind of cute phrase, shoulder high, let it fly.
3-1-1.
Sometimes that doesn't always work if people are controlling. With that case, Smith lets it go long. And we're back to their serve.
Bit of a miscommunication there between Muraru and Johnson. They looked like they were both going for that ball. Johnson on the backhand, Muraru on the forehand. I want to make sure here that they get their signal straight here. Smith and Gingrich, they can go on a little run.
Ball heats up, exchange. Gingrich ends up putting it in the net there. Continually impressed. You come here and
4-1-2.
the speed at which those volleys happen in such that short distance from non-volley zone line to non-volley zone line.
Smith, such a good defender, not able to hang on there and get that ball to crawl over the net. This is, you're right, Rusty, these reflex volleys, non-volley line to non-volley line, it's just 14 feet, and these players are going to try to challenge each other, giving them less time to react, hoping that even if that ball does come back, that it comes up a little bit high, something that can be put away on the next
1-4-1.
effort.
Second serving.
So Johnson and Mario, we only have a 3-point game, but we've been sitting here at 4-1, or right now 1 serving 4. For a little bit, we'll see which team can
So Smith anticipated the down the line dink from Morariu. She went and jumped the corner. I think she was surprised how slowly it came over, because that is a ball that she should take a swing at. It just looks like she mistimed it.
Side out.
So as we progress in our morning, or it's not our morning, our afternoon, depending on what part of the country you're in.
4-2-1. Second serve.
So once again, Gingrich trying to intercept that ball over the middle, being a little too aggressive there.
4-2-2.
Really, it's been a matter of minimizing errors.
It almost feels a little bit like a stalemate.
Side out.
Smith's drop sits up too high. Morariu makes her pay for it. Rather, makes Gingrich pay for Smith's poor drop.
Two for 1.
Johnson there with some defense, though.
Second serve.
Yeah, good job holding her ground right there for the first 3 shots or so. Eventually, against a team like Gingrich and Smith, that ball's going to be
2-4-2.
too tough.
Reset back to the tinking. Good point.
That is what I mean by the confidence of Johnson out there. She does not look like she's got any problem going toe-to-toe against Gingrich and Smith. Standing her ground, playing those good defensive shots, resetting that ball, and then eventually finishing the point. Oh, Morariu is going to call that ball wide. Oh, Smith is.
I'm sorry to cross court. I just did.
We got a little disagreement about the line call there, in or out.
That's okay. It's your call. It's not the audience's call.
So just a little bit of confusion over there. Smith thought that ball was in. Morariu called it out. Johnson backed up her partner, or at least said didn't see it. So, I mean, hey, that's sometimes how it goes out here, especially when it's tight here in game number 3.
And we're tied at 4-4.
Gingrich a little bit late on that forehand. It's the inside of the ball. It goes out wide. So we talked about earlier, Rusty speeding things up from close range, making it tough for the opponents to hang on.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some intensity happening here as notice even the gameplay, the volleys are becoming increasingly rapid.
I'm sorry.
Kelly Smith in the back there drying off. All the players having to use towels to keep their grip dry enough and to get ready to play.
5-4-2. Side out.
Side out there, Callie Smith takes over serving. Morariu gets a little bit help from the net. It sits up high on his forehand side. He makes Smith pay. Not much she or Gingrich could do when that happens. It's a good angle by Morariu.
Side out.
Gets that ball high, hits it out wide. Let's see here. Good
Big
angle.
overhead. Gingrich got a hand on it, but came right back.
5-4-1.
Georgia Johnson serves to Kelly Smith.
Good patience from the ladies on those cross-court dinks. Forehand to forehand, Johnson versus Smith. Morariu comes across, and looks like we're going to have a timeout here.
Yes, and so we will be back to see how game number 3 unfolds and who continues on to fight for gold through the bracket.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
So there's another look at Zing Zang Championship Court here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. You can see the crowds beginning to fill in and start to watch some great action here. We are in game number 3 of the mixed pro split age, where Smith and Gingrich, as well as Johnson and Morariu, are trying to take the game, close out the match, and have their chance to fight for gold. As you can see there, game number 1 went all the way to 12 points by Smith and Gingrich. 2 quite handily went to Johnson Morariu. And game number 3 we've been seeing go back and forth a little bit. We were holding for quite a while.
Anyway,
Things started to speed up. Let's see how it continues.
Second server.
Georgia Johnson finds the net with that forehand volley. Morariu is going to take over serving duties here. We've got a little bit of breathing room here at 6-4. Game number 3.
Side out.
Johnson elevates that ball just a little bit. Gingrich takes advantage, hits it hard at Morariu. What's often the case is that the person who puts it high, their partner pays the price.
Point.
Yeah, I think I've had too many partners pay the price for me. My nickname should maybe be Rusty Pop-Up House. I'm not quite sure. Almost nothing like the gameplay that we're seeing here.
Just wide. Morario hits hard at Gingrich's forehand. Says a little about. You're right, Rusty. I mean, height control really is the name of the game. You will see nearly every rally end because one player hits the ball just a little too high or a little too low. I like to imagine sort of one paddle height over the net. That window, aside from serves and returns and obviously lobs, pretty much third shots on. You want to be through that one paddle height window. Anything higher, you're asking for trouble, and anything lower, of course, is in the net.
Well, and at this level, the margin for error is extremely small.
Point.
So moving on,
6-6-2.
tied up now as Gingrich and Smith look to take the lead.
That out.
Looked like it nicked his hand a little bit as it went by. One thing that sort of noticed is yesterday in the match is so often you talk about one player's more dominant or will be taking a lot more balls. They seem to be spread pretty evenly in this pairing here.
Second server.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's no
6-6-2.
there's no easy place to hit the ball out here against players of this caliber. So really, it comes down a lot more to sort of percentage-wise, what's the smart shot. Cross court is a higher percentage. There we go. A little bit of a mix-up down the line by Smith. Morario trying to go back diagonally to Gingrich. Backhand dink into the net.
6-6-1.
So still tied up.
Georgia Johnson moving to her right, swinging from her left. That is a tough two-handed backhand counterattack. Hitting it cleanly past Gingrich. Johnson very solid off that left wing.
6-6-2.
There we go. We talk about that ball getting up over that one paddle height window. We see a nice example of what happens if you do that.
Here it is.
Morario goes up, puts it down.
Point.
Once again, Morario getting the better of Gingrich and Smith.
Thank you.
Yeah, like as you said, there is no true weak link. You know, Morario had that backhand soft that Kelly Smith threw him off, hit it into the net. Right now, here he is dominating. Any of these players can get hot and just become dominant and be a risk factor.
Timeout. Receiver timeout. Score timeout.
There we go. To try to mitigate that risk, a timeout has been called, and we will find out who claims game number 3 when we get back.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
And we are back. And we are looking at Zing Zang Championship court with that beautiful DecoTurf surface. All the courts at this facility, 66 on a normal day during the U.S. Open. This championship court gets created. The stands that you're seeing would cover four other courts. And it's always a pleasure to play in this place, but somehow when the U.S. Open comes and the stands get more and more full, the flags come out, and people from all over the world join us, it becomes truly a special event. You're witnessing game number 3. I'm Rusty from Pickleball Channel, joined again by Mark Renison from Pickleball Coaching International. If you are just joining us, thanks for being here, Mark. We'll see how game number 3 turns out.
8-6-1.
Yeah, it's a really great action. We see right here that we've got this 8-6 lead here. Johnson, Murario, they're trying to pull away. And once again, they're going to add to that lead. Their strategy late here in game number 3 really has been to take it hard at Smith and Gingrich. They've been
9-6-1.
paid well for doing that.
Second server.
But I'm sure Gingrich and Smith are not going to give up yet.
9-6-2.
Johnson serves at 9-6. Right now, Murario doing a lot of that ball handling.
It's a lot of these, like Johnson says to Murario, one more. We got a match point here, Rusty.
10-6-2. Shot out.
Fist pumping a yeah from Callie Smith. Says not over yet.
No, too much firepower there from Smith. It really is a strength of her game alongside her movement.
That powerful serve.
That ball dribbles over the net. Johnson breathes a sigh of relief. Murario apologizes.
You'll take it.
Yeah.
Here you can see it right here. Boom. Johnson.
16-2.
Well, even Murario looked up to the sky, feeling a little guilty. The net. Smith handles it.
Johnson finishing the job. Once again, the teenager standing tall against Smith and Gingrich.
Look at this. Yeah, and the crowd goes wild. Big fist pump by Georgia Johnson. A time, note, she thought a timeout was called because the paddles were down, but they're just getting the ball there.
That's all good.
Another match point here, Rusty.
10-6-1.
Everything going to Callie Smith right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
What a match point was that. Unbelievable. The hands shaking, Some of the crowd is standing up in the background, thrilled to see this action. Let's take a look at that. About to heat up. There you have it. A look at that wonderful final match point. We will be back with more amazing pickleball actions in the pro mixed split age.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Something that Simone has been working on and has talked about is when you go out there, don't worry about losing, but go out and go for it. And so tough to do against players like Kovalev and Wright, but they seem a little bit tentative here and reactive.
Wright hit the overhead, returned by Jardim. Oh, what a great dig there by Simone.
And then we're seeing a battle here.
Matt Wright off the net cord.
Oh, wow.
How about that reaction?
And wow, is this crowd excited. I see Simone signs over in the VIP area. That was just fantastic.
That was a terrific exchange.
That's as good as pickleball gets right there. And what a treat to be able to do this here in this venue on this night.
And we're coming up, we're going to see a mixed pro split age match. We are in the consolation bracket, which means we'll be seeing 1 game to 15 between Farias and Welsher versus Bright and Fliegelman. We're here seeing some amazing action. If you just caught the end of the 3-game match where Marario and Johnson claimed victory. Right there you see Anna Bright and her partner Fliegelman.
Yeah, Scott Fliegelman, senior pro player, very tricky player out there. Good mover, a lot of deception. Anna Bright, of course, real hot shot on the tour here. Not been playing that long, but she has been making a lot of waves out there. Two-handed backhand against Eva Welsher. We see here Welsher really performed well yesterday here at the US Open, and her partner Joey Farias, a real veteran on the tour himself, struggling with some back issues earlier in the tournament. I'm interested to see whether Farias is able to play at full strength out here to see him and Welsher.
Yeah, and she went home with silver last night. Joey was able to play singles, but not quite get to the medal stand. But we've seen him here on championship court before, so it'll be interesting to see if the US Open veterans can take this home or if the newcomers become new champions. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the game in a moment. And so
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dix.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
And we're back with that wide-angle view of Zing Zang Championship Court. You can see the players warming up, getting ready to compete, and hopefully find their way with a bronze medal around their neck. The announcements are being made. Scott Fliegelman and Anna Bright have just been announced. In the far right court with the white shirt is Scott. She's just been announced in the purple as Eva Welsher. However, just recently she did move right across the road to the amazing Minto development. So at some point we'll see an aerial of that. Now a full-time Florida resident. Joey Farias also has moved to Florida. Recently was out in the Tucson area doing pickleball. And this place being called the pickleball capital of the world for good reason. And again, Mark, this is a consolation match, so we're not doing 2 out of 3.
Yeah, this will be a race to 15. I actually really like this kind of format. It, prioritizes people sort of hanging tough no matter what it is. In a 2 out of 3 match, let's say you're down, I don't know, let's say like 9-3. Well, you know what? You're probably going to lose that game. You're probably going to, it's probably not going to go your way, and you're going to reset at 0-0 for game number 2. But in this race to 15, if you want any chance to win, you've got to fight your way through it. I like it.
Well, and as you were talking about, again, in this interesting bracket, you have a 50 plus, a senior pro, and then under 50 pro competing. Anna Bright, the youngest one on the court here, but has made some inroads. She's had some amazing play throughout the year, had some upsets. Comes from a tennis background.
Yeah, the 22-year-old out of Florida played her college tennis at University of California. Successful college tennis career, and has transitioned it nicely into pickleball here.
So right now, some of the delay, we're setting up the final ability to have video challenge to notify the players, getting the technical things ready. So in this match, we'll have the opportunity, if the players desire it, to call a challenge to line out, or depending upon, I guess, if they want that ball to be in or out. How that's going to work is if it does not work in their favor, it's overturned, then they'll use one of their timeouts, or they'll lose a timeout for calling a challenge that got overturned.
Yeah, this is similar to other sports that use a challenge rule. You know, most other sports, it's the coach that uses that challenge. Here it'll be a player or a team that does it.
And we've given them the heads up that it's all good, ready to continue, and the teams are heading out on the court. As we said, this is the last opportunity for either of these teams to go home with a medal. So
there's a couple things to watch for here. Joey Farias, we see him far side of the court in the white and the pink. One of the best one-handed backhands in pickleball. Let's look to see if we can see some fireworks off that left side. It will depend, I think, a lot on how he's feeling physically out there. Let's see.
Nice deep lob. Another one.
There's the counterattacking from the youngster. Anna Bright stepping into that forehand volley as it comes back from Farias. Fliegelman going back for 2 lobs. Watch for Welsher to use that tactic again.
And Bright, 2 in a row.
So this is something that's really important to watch for is when she or her partner, Scott Fliegelman, hit a good drop, do they come forward and attack and pounce on that next ball? We just saw Bright do it there. This time Farias reading the down the line flick from Bright, able to counter. Fliegelman to serve.
So with a side out, Welsher and Farias have an opportunity to put some points on the board. As we're early on in this 1-15 game. Oh. Bright with the fist pump, able to go up in the air. Overhead putting that away.
Notice how short she makes this ball. She gets the ball right down. Farias has no opportunity. The ball in that downward trajectory is so important.
Ball goes long.
A little bit late on that forehand volley. Welsher was. Gets under the ball a bit too much and it floats out. Scott Fliegelman trying to be a little fancy out there. No look down the line forehand. Would have been great if it landed in. Fortunately for him, it goes wide. You can see Farias smiling at that no look attempt.
Sure.
Yeah, it's important to really think about percentages out here, right? Cross court is generally a higher percentage shot when you're playing a softball. Welsher tries to go down the line and misses. Wide Fliegelman saw a nice two-handed backhand roll by Bright. It's the advantage of that second hand, a little extra spin.
Welsher serves.
Just out of reach of both Farias and Welsher. That's a nice put away by Fliegelman.
Across.
You can hear the communication from all four of these players out there, whether it's about letting a ball go out or whether it's about who's going to hit the ball that goes down the middle. Being vocal on the court, it's so important in doubles.
Interchange there, back and forth, ultimately does not go the way of Bright Fliegelman. So we go to a second serve.
Joey
had that overhead backhand, kept in play.
Yeah, so tough to do when you get those high balls. He did an okay job getting it down, but not quite enough. Fliegelman with the quick hands and Farias not able to respond.
Big overhead by Welsher, another one.
Well done, Fliegelman. Yeah, he was thinking she might go out wide on that. Started to lean to his right, created some space in the middle. Eva Welsher, good job finishing.
Goes wide. Welsher takes an opportunity to practice and around the post there a little bit. Again, if you're just joining us, this is 1 game to 15. That was low.
That was an excellent around the post by Scott Fliegelman. Waited just long enough for that ball to get out wide. Hits it back hard and low. So take a look here at the replay. It's perfectly done.
As the point continues.
Farias with his own version of the no look. We saw Fliegelman try it earlier. In this case, Farias going for it. And that cross court forehand, catching Bright.
Referee there calling that foot fault, non-volley zone, even very specifically left toe calling it out.
like when the referees tell you not just what you did wrong, but exactly how you did it wrong. Not just that you had the kitchen violation, but it was your left foot in the kitchen.
Well, you know, it helps to let you know they're really paying attention. That is one of the primary jobs once the point starts for them up there.
Bit of a broken play there. Fliegelman going for the Ernie, or really technically it's known as the Burt when it's on that backhand side. And you can see couldn't really do enough with it. Created some space. Welsh not able to finish.
Farias a little frustrated with himself. That in the net. And we are tied up again, 4-4. Lob. Farias not able to get it back over earlier, and even last night as well. Welsher very effectively using that lob. We'll see if more of that happens in this match.
Fliegelman's third shot drops, it's up too high. Welsher shows she's got more than just the soft game, putting away that high ball with her forehand.
A big come on there by Anna Bright.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this is we take a look, Anna Bright, oh, ripping that two-handed back. Yeah, she's actually a little bit more of the sort of fireworks player here between her and Fliegelman. She's going to be doing a little bit more of the offensive work. Not that Scott can't put those balls away when given the opportunity, but it really is Bright's go-to here.
Oh.
She's even playing on that left side, which we often see as sort of the more of like the power side, with that forehand in the middle.
Yes, you are correct. 7-4-2.
It's called out. And we do have a different pairing. They're both pro split age, and we have our timeout called. So we are going to take a moment, and we'll see who comes to claim victory in this match of the mixed pro split age in just a minute.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Battlelat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
Coming back from our timeout at Zing Zang Championship Court, as you see Fliegelman there drying off a little bit. His partner Anna Bright at the ready. Because we are going 1-15, we have switched sides. So there'll be a slight difference with a slight breeze. Mark, you feeling that the wind is enough to really be a factor at all right now in this match?
Well, it is swirling a little bit out there, Rusty, right now, so I don't think it's going to be anything these players haven't seen before. Not enough to make a big factor. Certainly not when Eva Welsher puts away high balls like that. Good speed there, even a good gust isn't going to take that ball out of play.
Welsher serves to Bright. Across to Bright, who speeds it up, comes down, paints the line. Farias, no, he calls it good.
Anna Bright threads the needle there. As we see this ball, nice little forehand.
Right down the line. Joey goes to do that big backhand right before we came back from the timeout. Unfortunately, goes into the net. See him there, going through that motion. And now our once tie game is a 4-point spread. Welsher commandingly puts that away to force second serve.
8-4-2.
This is not over yet, especially as you know we're going to 15. That worked well.
Eva Welsher now 3 for 3, playing effective offensive lobs, getting her opponents not just backing off the net, but backing off the net and not able to play it out of the air. Good touch.
Yeah, I think all 3 of her lobs have been within like 2 inches, or if that, even one of them was like right on the line.
I mean, lobs are high-risk, high-reward situations. You hit a bit too low or too slow and it gets smashed, and too high or too hard it goes out. So if you're going to do it, you better do it pretty perfectly. And so far, Welsher's batting 1,000.
Oh, good get by Fliegelman.
There you go, Fliegelman with the error on that backhand. We talked about this earlier in the week, Rusty, how important it is that even though the ball touches the net, to still assume it's going to come over. It's one of the reasons why these pros and senior pros are so calm when that ball just dribbles over, often able to play a good shot themselves, as they expect the ball is going to roll over the net. Sometimes players at home, you know, as soon as it touches the net, they back off. They think that the point might be over. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Once again, Eva Welsher with the great lob, but the highlight reel tweener by Fliegelman as he goes back. Look at this. Knows he can't get it out of the air, plays backwards through the legs. Decent shot. Bright has to come over to cover, and Joey Farias finishes down the line, forcing a timeout.
And so as the players gather themselves and figure out how they can close this out for a victory, we'll be back in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
And with the look of the flags there, the wind was able to carry one up and over, but the other two, as you can see right now, the wind has calmed down. And these players have nothing but competing against themselves and their opponents to see who wins.
Joey Farias had Fliegelman going to the middle there, thinking that's where that forehand drive was going to end up. Instead, Joey goes behind him. Fliegelman can't do anything but wave at it from behind the back.
And we're tied up at 8-8.
Very nice, calm block volley from Fliegelman there, dropping that ball low and gently into the kitchen.
8-8-2.
Once again, we see Anna Bright being the aggressor out there. She gets her paddle on the ball. Even if it is a little bit lower, she's likely to speed things up, that time catching Farias off guard. She gives a signal to Welsher. Look for them to switch after this return. There it is. And once again, Anna Bright swinging away with that backhand. Welsher not able to hang on.
Yeah, that margin earlier is Joey was pulling just a little bit, barely pulling in the middle, and Bright was able to go down even on his forehand side down the line. He couldn't get it.
That is now 3 times in a row that as soon as Anna Bright has been able to touch the ball, that she is able to speed it up, and watch as she threads the needle right between Welsher and Farias.
With that fist pump.
Welsher is back off the line quite a bit, creating a little bit more of a gap than we'd normally see.
All right, so Farias
quick
calls a timeout.
You know what I think it was? I think there's a chance that Farias and Welsher were in the wrong position.
That's right about so. If you are in the wrong position, then they would have lost the point there. We're at 10-8, and we're going to be back in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
So as we come back, Mark, you were just noticing.
Yeah, so that was an emergency timeout called by Farias, realizing that he and Welsher, because they'd switched the previous point, they were out of position. He didn't want to give away that freebie, so wisely, Farias calls it emergency timeout. And Bright still hitting hard, still being rewarded for it. Pretty clear what the game plan is off of that Bright backhand.
Yeah, Welsher a little frustrated with herself. But as we've seen multiple times, she has an opportunity, not right there, but to come home with a medal.
Fliegelman this time speeding things up, so it's pretty clear. You can see Fliegelman and Bright talking. They are definitely planning. Farias is going to ask for a switch, see if they can give a different look. Yeah, look how Joey's trying to take over even from that right side.
Yeah.
Yep. So right now, I mean, this is a little bit like it's like solving a puzzle out here. And right now, the way that Fliegelman and Bright are trying to solve that puzzle is to speed things up.
We're just 2 points away from closing out this game. Welsher with the overhead.
Once again, this time in the chest. Welsher didn't like that.
Bright says sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more she's frustrated. She's lost a bunch in a row. We've now got a match point
For
here,
sure.
Rusty.
For sure. So Anna Bright serving for the win.
There we go.
With the help from the net a little bit, it pops up, and we have the end of this 15-8 victory to Bright and Fliegelman in a special mixed pro split age match. They will go on to try to compete for bronze, and we will be back with some more action after we watch this play here. Once again, over and over, look what she's doing.
Yeah, that's it. Anna Bright, she was really, full speed ahead here. Fire on all cylinders, whether it's cross court, down the line, forehand, backhand. She had the power throughout this match.
And we'll be back in a bit.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All-natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Catcher's gear still missing? I checked lost and found, but only found Jared. So how we gonna fix this?
Oh, man, you gotta go where they get sports.
Charles Barkley.
Dix.com.
Dix.com, but we need it today.
Oh, they got curbside pickup. Be ready in under an hour.
Hey, I got it right here. Oh, that's perfect. Back. That's not it.
That's my glam bag for the money maker. I bedazzle that myself. Every search starts at Dix.
It took about 30 days for the event to fill up in its inaugural year. From 30 days down to 3 hours, it shows you how popular this event has become.
To be on this final Saturday at Naples, so it's been great. There's just no words to describe, you know, the feeling of just what just happened.
There's nothing like the energy you get when you come into this park and everything starts humming throughout the day.
The enthusiasm here is like nothing else.
Better stage in pickleball than this court. This is my favorite place, as you know, on earth to play. The energy, the electricity around here is second to none.
You came here last year for the U.S. Open. You fell in love with the area.
I love this place. It is a beautiful, wonderful place to be.
For me, it's the best tournament of the year. The atmosphere, the people, they're dancing, the music's going, they're having fun. This is what we play for. This is it.
Okay, I have all your stuff for the tournament. Where's your other cleat?
I don't know. Oscar has it.
Oscar. We gonna need new ones.
Hold up. What site you on?
Who's the old guy?
Charles Barkley?
You need to go to Dix.com. They got all the sports.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
And they have curbside pickup.
Great. We can grab them on the way.
I like your dog.
Oh, that's Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley?
Every search starts at Dix.
Back to beautiful Naples, Florida, as we fly over the water and head inland on an amazing coastline. Miles of beautiful beaches at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, which found its home here years ago in beautiful Naples, Florida. Coming up, we're going to be seeing the mixed pro split age with Jansen Sperling versus Esquivel and Derisi. We expect to see some exciting gameplay there, as all these players are top-notch.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is there's heavyweights all over the place here in this group. We look at Michelle Esquivel.
Originally out of Anaheim, she's now living out here in Florida, working actually in Naples Pickleball Center at this location. Jose Derisi out of the 585 Rochester. Don't let me give a shout out. Some of our original fans of Pickleball Channel. He was here last year competing on championship court. And there he is there, giving a fist bump.
There we see Michelle. Yeah, real crowd favorites here. I think at the hometown, Michelle has the hometown advantage, I would say. We look at John Sperling.
So originally Chicago, Illinois, currently lives in the Villages, where one of our earliest visitations to an amazing community who've done so much for pickleball. Leah Jansen.
Yeah, she's really been, for the last year or so, she's really been dominating here on this court, really making waves, fully committing to pickleball, and whether it's singles or doubles. I mean, both of these women do well both on the singles and doubles court.
Absolutely. And as they continue to warm up, one of the things that we will see if it plays out, we're now, as we said, we have that challenge, that line call challenge set up. The players are aware of it. We'll see if it comes into play in this match. They're working their way through the bracket. This will be a best 2 out of 3. And as you can see, Jansen there getting ready. Her and Sperling sitting down as Derisi and Esquivel continue to warm up a little bit more. But now as the players all head to the court, I'm sure we're about to see some great pickleball. Once again, that beautiful open air arena as the seats continue to fill up throughout the day.
0-0-2.
Esquivel in the orange serves to Jansen.
I think we're going to see a lot of that from Jansen here. She doesn't hit balls softly unless she absolutely needs to. A lot of spin on those balls and a lot of power, especially when that ball's up high.
Derisi serves it up just a bit too high.
0-1.
We see once there, Michelle Esquivel getting that ball elevated just a little bit, able to accelerate through, goes at Sperling. He's, of course, down the line is a shorter distance than cross court, so all things being equal, you'll see these players hit fast straight ahead rather than on the diagonal. There we go, Michelle Esquivel once again with that forehand roll, this time through the middle, catching Sperling and Jansen, a little off guard.
Esquivel ready to serve. Sperling comes back onto the court.
So much power from that Jansen forehand.
Yeah, that sort of you just wait to see it be unleashed.
You may see, we can see it right there, you may see Jansen sort of go through a very unique ritual before the point starts. I'm sure we'll have a chance again, maybe we'll talk about it then.
It's a tape, Derisi gets it. Oh, and this time, soft game. Jansen Isn't quite able to get over the net. And DeRisi serves. Let's try to put another point on the board.
That is now 3 of those balls, almost identical, hit by Jansen.
Same spot on the court.
Yeah, I mean, she really winds up on those. She goes for that diagonal down low. Michelle Esquivel not able to do anything with it. This time, John Sperling, nice backhand flick at DeRisi. This ball finds the net.
1-1-1. And we progress.
1-1-2.
Second serve on a early tie game in the mixed pro split age.
Point.
Jansen and Sperling laughing a little bit.
2-1-2. Point.
And we have another point. We'll see.
3-1-2.
John Sperling comes up to serve. Yeah, he's done it again.
So it seems pretty clear early on, right, as they're kind of testing the waters. It's always what you do. You have a game plan going into a match, and I mean, I think you've got to be willing to abandon that plan if it doesn't work out. But so far, Jansen and Sperling seem pretty hard to bring the power game to really extend these points. You see right there, feeling the pressure, DeRisi says, okay, I better do something fast myself. Ends up finding the net, going over that high side.
1-3-2.
Esquivel drives.
Point.
This time goes in their favor.
2-3-2.
This time Jansen trying to poke that ball on the backhand side. That's less of her strength than the forehand. I can still do it quite effectively. She thought she saw a little bit of a gap there, well left by Esquivel and DeRisi.
As the ball sails a little long, with another point on the board, we find ourselves tied up at 3-3.
3-2.
All 4 players interchange. Jansen goes to speed it up.
Yeah, so that, again, sort of same situation. Ball not really high enough. Well, it's certainly not high enough to hit down on, but possibly high enough to poke through the middle. Last time Jansen went long. This time she found the net. Bit of an overcompensation.
Once again, the dinking interchange with everyone on the court. Sperling goes up for the lob.
It was a poor lob. John, I think, would be the first one to admit that. DeRisi's too good a player. If you give him a ball that he can smash without having to move more than a couple steps, you see that that ball sat too low. Sperling and Jansen have the wind going into their face a little bit. And it's more noticeable the higher you get. And didn't calibrate that properly. Speaking of not calibrating properly.
Yeah, and interesting, DeRisi had to duck a little bit. So a timeout has been called on the court as we are now at 6-3 with DeRisi and Esquivel leading. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
And as we come back to Zing Zang Championship Court here, watching a mixed pro split age match that's starting to heat up. We are in best of 2 out of 3, working their way through the bracket. There you have Michelle Esquivel, who's partnering with Jose Derisi, once again out of the 585 Rochester, New York, serving to John Sperling with his partner up at the net, Leah Jansen.
Time in, the score is 6-3-2.
This time with Esquivel with the overhead put away there. If you're just joining us, we are early on in the game. Let's take a look. Just high enough, she gets her paddle on it, puts it in between the feet. John Sperling. Once again, Esquivel serves.
Ooh. So Michelle Esquivel putting in good effort there. Gotta be a little bit careful there. Esquivel has struggled with a few injuries over the last year or so. And always risky when you go full out for one of those. Of course, she and Derisi want to extend their lead here, so she's going to play hard, but I find myself holding my breath there.
So Jansen a little frustrated with herself for hitting that one into the net. And now it's her serve.
So Rusty, this is a semifinal match. The winner of this will be going on to play for gold.
Yeah, so as the game started out in the favor of Jansen and Sperling, and Esquivel and Derisi had a run, which led to that timeout being called, but it doesn't seem to have helped as they are now with a 4-point lead. Long interchange, ultimately.
Jansen ready there. She sees that Michelle Esquivel forehand flick coming down the line. She's got the 2 hands ready for the backhand. Able to counter punch, but Esquivel serving. Ooh, big serve.
Oh, the net. Sperling gets it.
Michelle goes just wide with that backhand dink. Good reflexes there from Mr. Sperling to get that ball as it barely gets over the net. You see Leah Jansen with that pre-point routine.
And Sperling, interestingly, has a longer pause after his routine in his serve. He's done it quite a few times. So to not rush the serve, he almost seems to wait just long enough to almost throw his partner off, or opponent off, I'm not sure.
Jansen Sperling clawing their way back here. It looked like Esquivel and Derisi sort of snuck their way out to a pretty substantial lead early on. Jansen and Sperling down 5-7.
Good dodge there by Derisi.
So that's probably now the 3rd backhand error we've seen on those low flicks from Jansen. See here on the right side of the court now.
Esquivel and Derisi having a little chat. Some strategy.
Once again, and this time John Sperling recognizing his mistake to play that lob, or at least play it the way he did. Derisi again going
almost identical to the last one.
Yeah, it was a little better this time, but not much. So it's been interesting here in the last match we had out here. Every time Anna Bright, who was playing alongside Scott Fliegelman, you know, he told me after the match, he said, look, I told her every time you can touch it, just take a rip. And that's what she did. It worked well. Not quite seeing the same thing here right now from Jansen and Sperling. Wonder if that's going to change.
Teresa goes for the ball and doesn't quite get it. Lets out a yell of frustration as his partner Esquivel serves. And they're just 2 points away from game number 1 being in their grasp.
Sperling there, threading the needle, keeping that ball fast enough and low enough that Derisi and Esquivel not able to connect. Putting the winner through the center of the court.
And applause coming from the crowd. Jansen and Sperling now with a chance to turn the tide. Need the second serve. Cross-court dink. Popped it Derisi, back in it.
Great rally there and a good finish by Sperling. Speeding things up strong on that backhand side. Many players will opt to go two hands on that backhand. Sperling typically a one-handed player on both sides and strong enough there to accelerate through the ball.
Oh, there's a big overhead.
Speaking of accelerating through the ball, Jansen, so that's what I was talking about a second ago. It's like, hey, so the Anna Bright style we saw earlier was like, if you can touch it, you should hit it hard. I'd like to see here, if I'm Jansen and Sperling, they start to do that a little bit more. Ooh, there it is.
Oh, a little help from the tape. Ball rolls over. Sperling rushes up, but just not able to get it. And we come back to Esquivel and Derisi, who is serving 2 points away from game number 1.
John Sperling standing up to the double attack from Esquivel, getting that ball back with some speed. She can't hang on.
Oh, so that while the timeout or while the replay was happening, the point progressed, and at the very end you just saw there, ball went into the body of Jansen. An apology was said. I think she's all right.
We've got game point here, Rusty. Esquivel and Derisi.
Esquivel with the serve.
That is not an error you want to make on a game point here. Pretty run-of-the-mill backhand volley dink. leads to a side out, and that is a little bit of breathing room here for Sperling and Jansen. Jansen goes out wide, playing that dink. Oh, it's now called out. I bet you we're going to see a replay, Rusty.
See if they're going to use the line challenge.
Yes. So you're calling it out. You're calling it in.
Okay, they're calling it out. Esquivel's going to challenge her own call. Okay.
Looks pretty clearly out there.
Well, guess we're going to find out here. All right, so if you're not sure what happened, which is how most of the crowd here feels right now, is that Derisi called that ball out. Esquivel stuck with her partner, which is often a good thing to do as a teammate, but says we want to challenge it.
Oh, that's the point right there, not the...
No, yeah, it was the wide ball there. Esquivel is calling for a challenge sort of against her own team. That's going to be impossible to see from that angle, I would think. We need a down-the-line look at it to get a better sense.
I'm wondering if the baseline camera might see it any differently. Referee is coordinated with another referee who is in the production truck, looking at all the different angles. Going to put on the headset there to communicate with them. And we'll see what is said. We do have two baseline cameras looking the other way. We have corner cameras which are following the action, a baseline camera, but wider up, not an additional close-up necessarily on every line of the court. So that's part of the challenge, just like in other sports. If the camera doesn't get it, it's inconclusive. And ultimately, they'll lose their timeout. If it's overturned, we'll find ourselves in quite a different position.
Rusty, is this a good time to mention that if people are enjoying what they're seeing here, they should let their friends know by hitting that share button?
It is a good time to mention it. Yeah, we got people from all around the world. We are happy to bring it to you. Feel free, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or on a website, to share the love of what's happening in this amazing world of pickleball. I believe Franklin X40 has sponsored sort of the countdown, and so there's a limited time that this call can be made. Final moments seem to be checked with the referee as she's talking over there. And yes, so thank you again, Mark, for being here. We're happy
here, we get a better look at it here.
Ooh.
I'd call that out. Let's see what the ref says. The call was out. I don't think you're going to
Can we zoom in? Can the truck zoom in?
I don't think you're going to overrule on that. Yeah. If I was a betting man, Rusty.
Yeah, you know, there's a little bit of motion blur on the ball there, but
well, looks like the referee is, yeah, the referee is done talking with the booth. Let's see what the call is.
Yeah, about to make the announcement. So I just want to take a moment to shout out to the whole crew, all of our camera guys. I'm looking here at Hugo in the background, and we got David back in the corner, Jim, some of these camera guys who've been here for several years at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. I think they decided to play a little background Jeopardy music there. There's Jim. Dedicated and committed, our guys. You know, we couldn't do this without them, and couldn't do it without you either, Mark. And shout out, I got to give a shout out to my wife, Meredith, who is the best in the world. A lot of people don't know that because my ugly face has been on camera so much. Looks like we're about to hear from the referee.
All right, the final review. The call stands. The score is 8-10.
Mark Renison. God, I'm going to get out of this booth here, and I'm going to go into the production truck alongside
You're going to be the eyeball guy.
That would be a great job. I'd love that.
You should just lay on your stomach on the court and just look down the line.
One timeout. So we have one timeout remaining.
Yeah, it's got to be really, it's got to be clearly visible that it was a mistake that was going to be made. That ball, yeah, I mean, I think that was.
Yeah, well, and it's difficult. You don't know exactly what the camera's going to catch, you know, but in this case, it was overruled, and we find ourselves still at 10-8. But however, the serve has turned back to Jansen and Sperling. Right now, Sperling is checking to make sure he's in the right server position. Referee's getting her microphone working. And game number 1 continues as we're just a few points away from closing it out.
That error into the net there. I wonder, there's a bit of a delay there. Does it slow down the momentum of Esquivel Derisi? 9-10. You cannot give Leah Jansen a ball that high on her forehand. We saw it early on in this match, and we continue to see it here at the end of game number 1. She is so dominant when she gets that high ball.
And now we're tied up at 10-10. Big celebration by Derisi and Esquivel there, as they were in the lead quite handsomely at one point, but they found themselves on the precipice right now of this 10-10, and we're going to have to go 2 points more.
Derisi outlasting Sperling. Esquivel pretty fired up about that. 2 rallies in a row go her way. This is a win by 2 situation. Wow, Jansen sitting on that forehand. There it is once again.
It's almost she's just waiting there saying, I'm ready when you are. Came a little too high. She put it away.
Ball through the middle, Derisi. Oh, wow.
That's painful. You can hear the crowd say it. Oh.
Can you challenge a football call, Rusty?
I don't believe they're doing football.
Let's take a look here. Oh, this is not. Oh, yeah,
yep.
That right toe.
Good call by our referee there. Just over the line. Nice lob, and another one coming back. Return with that overhead. Derisi trying to drop it enough to get back to the net. Michelle, wow, Esquivel heats it up.
So look, Sperling is sigh of relief there. He had gone to that lob earlier a couple times in this match and made errors this time successful, and they get that.
And a timeout has been called as Jansen and Sperling take that 1-point lead. We'll find out who claims the victory after this.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
And we're back, as you can see the refs standing there ready, and the players make their way back out onto the court. We've had an exciting game so far, with Esquivel and Derisi being in a commanding lead at one point. Then the game gets tied up. We were just on 10-10 if you're just joining us on the edge of your seats. And finally, Jansen and Sperling are finding themselves in the lead. This is a 2-point game in order to win, and this is a possible game point right here.
Ooh. A couple of errors there from Derisi late in this game. That's going to cost them.
That's not the way you want it to end.
12-10
But this is best 2 out of 3, so they'll have a chance to come back and then find their way further on to gold. As Jansen finishes out, let's look at this final point.
Yeah, so just a bit of an error there. We saw a couple of those from Derisi late here. That's going to cost them. See if they can come back in game number 2.
And we will be back with more great action here in a bit.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if he just rolled.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Welcome back once again.
If you're just joining us, we've been treated to a nice match here. Mixed pro split age. Esquivel and Derisi had a little bit of lead early, and then Jansen Sperling came back with a couple late errors by Derisi in game number 1. And a bit of an error there. Esquivel tried to warn him that ball was going long. Got the message a little too late. Goes off the edge of the paddle. Jansen Sperling out to an early lead.
0-2.
Once again, Esquivel.
A little frustrated.
Yeah, I think
that one was a lot closer to the body, though. I think the previous one was more of an overhead, and this one might have actually just kind of hit him right in the armpit.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, I think Michelle was upset that the ball she sent was a little too high in the first place.
Right. As you said, your partner pays for it often.
Look how many balls Derisi is getting.
Yeah.
Michelle's completely frozen out of this. There we go. Fist pump and the stare down, right? So he's feeling the pressure. Derisi's feeling the pressure. He knows what the plan is right now from Sperling. Let's take a listen here.
Yeah, there you have it.
So we'll see what's going to happen here.
Time he had a silent victory.
Yeah, and Derisi and Esquivel have a decision to make. right? Do they continue to allow Jansen and Sperling to do what they want and put it to him? Or are they going to try to counteract that somehow, either by Michelle poaching more or seeing some switching or some speed-ups? There we go, Michelle Escobar taking over a little bit in that point.
Yeah.
Right, so sometimes you just stick with the plan and you sort of have faith in your partner and you have faith in yourself that you're going to start to elevate your game a little bit and be able to handle the pressure. Sometimes you got to switch things up. Jansen teed up that backhand, catches the net and goes out.
Yeah. Well, and that's, you know, the challenge is, even though they ended up losing the last match, it's not that they, last game, were not in it.
Derisi, unforced error on that backhand, this time going too much of a diagonal.
3-3-2.
So Jansen came over there in the middle a bit.
Yeah, notice the difference here. So this time Escobar playing on the left, Derisi on the right. So we talked about how the option of changing things up to give your opponents a different look. That's what Escobar and Derisi are going for right now. Michelle's ball catches the net, goes out.
So it's a pleasure for us to come here once again to Naples, Florida, to be able to bring this to you. John Sperling, who's from Villages, Florida, serving there.
Once again, Derisi with an error. This time going a little too hard on that ball. Well left by Sperling and Jansen.
As we come, and Sperling has been a strong male senior pro player. Look out.
Just too good, too much firepower. Sperling speeding things up. Escobar, best she can do is put up the lob. As we see here, Jansen makes no mistake. Once again, that high forehand volley.
There's that long pause right before serve again. So obviously everybody has a different serve routine. There's so many. What are your thoughts on that extra long moment? It's almost like,
yeah, I mean, I think you sometimes see in other sports where it's, you know, designed to throw off the timing of the receiver. In this case, the serve, because it's being hit from so far away and has limited offensive opportunities, I don't think it's so much about that. I think it's more just making sure that Sperling's got the rhythm that he wants. Escobar knows that when she has that opportunity to make that ball, she's got to do it. I mean, they've given the errors that have happened here early in game number 2, or midway, I guess, by now. I think Derisi and Escobar are going to be pretty happy they're only down 4-5.
Yeah, still a close game.
Yeah.
She hustles up to get that, and ends up going long.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, that ball was going to be so low by the time Michelle got to it that both Sperling and Jansen knew if she hits it over with speed, it is for sure going to go out. She was really sort of all or nothing on that one, hoping that they weren't fishing, but well left. So, I mean, yep, it's good. Good for Derisi there. He got one fastball to Jansen. She made an error. I don't expect to see many more like that. Derisi, deceptive there. Yep, through the middle. Off that low ball, had just enough speed on it to get past them, but not so much that it goes out. Nicely done, that little backhand flick, dips in.
Just went down low as well.
Yep.
Looks to do it again. Jansen gets her hand on it, but
she was there. Yeah, she was there for it. In the end, Sperling made the mistake.
We have 5.
And we're tied up now at 5-5.
5-5-1.
Some frustration expressed there on the court.
You can tell how much these players want this, you know? Like, they are... like, Michelle's genuinely mad that she missed that. No, makes no mistake there.
Well, and this will be, I mean, you said this is a semi. If she wins this, she goes on to win gold. So if she wins this, she's guaranteed that silver, and that'll be a first big medal for her at the U.S. Open. So you can imagine how special that would be.
6-5-2.
Derisi going for the poach there after that Esquivel first ball. Just trying to be encouraging there. Had a chance.
5-6-1.
Sperling, the veteran, so good, not getting overexcited on that ball. High backhand, tough to hit with a lot of power when it's up there. He wisely gets that ball down low where it's
6-6-1.
pretty tough to dig out of the dirt. Derisi tries to go between Jansen and Sperling. They were both there for it. This time Esquivel with the mistake.
So Jansen with the highest ranking here on the court out of the 4 of these, and certainly excellent singles player.
Esquivel drops her paddle in disgust. She's going to call this timeout all by herself. Let's look at Jansen here.
And then the net. Oh, my goodness. So timeout has been called by Esquivel and Derisi, and we'll be back to see how this turns out in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Welcome back once again to beautiful Zing Zang Championship Court here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. It's Rusty with Pickleball Channel bringing you day number 3 at the U.S. Open. I'm joined again with Mark Renneson. Thank you so much for your expertise and knowledge about the game, Mark.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be here at this tournament and to be here in the booth with you, Rusty. We've been treated to some good pickleball here today in this mixed pro split age.
Absolutely, it's an exciting bracket. There on the far court, John Sperling about to serve.
Esquivel tries to go down the line. Bit of an impatient shot there. Struggling to keep her composure just a little bit right now. She's going to need to, along with Derisi. This time he's the one bumping her up. So they're just 2 points away from losing this match.
Yeah, you got to imagine when you're here after number 1, you're like, I had that lead again in game 2. You just don't want to go to 3. But we're right on the edge of this match point right here as John Sperling serves to Jose Derisi. We'll see if we're going to go to 3 games.
Second serve.
So we got another match point here. Jansen Sperling. Michelle.
Wow. That's a big side out. Big side out.
Yeah, Esquivel had a chance. I thought it was going to end that rally there. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, let's go Anna, come on. Esquivel now serves.
Uh-oh.
Big lob.
Oh! It is not too often, Rusty, that you can get away with lobbing 4 times in a row like that and go on to win the rally. Esquivel and Derisi do. Oh, that Jansen error.
Right into the tape. So that close first game went to the victory of Jansen Sperling. Game number 2. Another big overhead. Oh. Oh! A collision of partners. Sperling is giving Jansen a hug to apologize, I believe, there. But ultimately, Derisi hits it in the net. The frustration.
So, like, all jokes aside, that actually could have been a pretty serious injury when the two of them go up for that overhead smash.
It's actually calling a timeout there, yeah, I think. John making sure.
You can see both of them sort of laughing, but they both realize how badly that could have ended. I mean, both of them create so much speed with those overhead smashes. Yeah, wow.
So here we are with game number 2 and the match on the line. Well, let's take a look at this last point here. John beating his chest. Quite relieved, I think.
Yeah, you just see the miscommunication. It's fine there.
Here it is.
It's fine there. Jansen hits one, it's fine there. And then it's this next one that they both go for. The fact that they go on to win that rally, let alone get away without someone getting a paddle in the head, is pretty remarkable there, but they'll take it.
Absolutely, and they find themselves once again now with the serve in their favor, ready to try to close out this and find their way competing for gold.
The score is 10-7-1.
Big serve by Jansen. Now all 4 players up at the net.
Going to Derisi again.
Mixing it up.
Oh, Derisi tries to get out of the way, something he struggled with earlier this time. That's the wrong call. Jansen, Sperling go on to win 2 straight games, Rusty.
But that was an exciting match. So close in game number 1. Pulled out by Jansen and Sperling. Sorry, there's a question from the referee there. But anyway, so the semifinal match, Jansen and Sperling will find themselves going on to compete for gold. Let's take a look here at the last moments.
Yeah, nicely done there. And we saw really, I mean, for most of this match, with a few exceptions, Sperling and Jansen, they were just too dominant here.
Oh, and that overhead, right?
Yeah, Leah Jansen with those high forehands. Too tough.
Great, well-played game by both teams. We'll be back with another semi in a minute.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Hey everybody, it's Rusty with Pickleball Channel, and I am thrilled to be back.
Championships women's doubles.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Catcher's gear still missing? I checked lost and found, but only found Jared. So how we gonna fix this?
Oh, man, you gotta go where they get sports.
Charles Barkley.
Dix.com.
Dix.com, but we need it today.
Oh, they got curbside pickup. Be ready in under an hour.
Hey, I got it right here. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. That's not it.
That's my glam bag for the money maker. I bedazzle that myself. Every search starts at Dix.
Well, here we are, ready to see another semifinal match, the mixed pro split age with Johnson Marar. Johnson, he'll kill
Easy
me.
for you to say, Rusty.
Exactly.
As we take a look here at the bracket, Jansen Sperling we just saw get through, Esquivel Derisi. Here we've got Jade Kawamoto and Dave Weinbach taking on Georgia Johnson and Mircea Moriaru. This will be a nice little semifinal tilt. Rusty, winner goes on to play for gold.
Absolutely. We just saw Jansen and Sperling fight to come in. Let's take a look at the court here. You have Mircea, who has been here 3 times already on championship court. Everybody's seen his athleticism, his accuracy, his power. He's a top-ranked senior singles player, and he's playing with Georgia Johnson, who also has been already on our broadcast multiple times this week.
Yeah, that's right. Georgia Johnson, the 15-year-old real upstart here, really looking to use that power game, and it'll be interesting to see whether she's comfortable coming across the court, taking balls over the middle. She's a tall player. She's got a long reach and a great two-handed backhand.
Yeah, and Dave Weinbach, the clear veteran to the sport and to this championship court. U.S. Open after U.S. Open after U.S. Open. I think he may still be the highest number of wins and medals at the U.S. Open in the history of the game here. Strong player, and there he is with his partner, Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, that's right. Relative newcomer on the scene, Kawamoto, the lefty out of Hawaii. She's got a lot going for her as a player. She's going to cover a lot of ground. She's going to have that strong two-handed backhand as well. And of course, Dave Weinbach. I mean, you called him a veteran. You're not saying he's old, are you, Rusty?
I'm not. Well, you know, he's over 50, right? But he's a veteran to the U.S. Well, to pickleball and to the U.S. Open, right?
Yeah,
that's right. We're both old compared to you.
No, Dave Weinbach's such a steady player out there. He knows what's up. He's going to play a lot of third shot drops, though will mix in the drive occasionally when playing mixed doubles. Watch for him to win a lot of quick hands exchanges up at the net. Fans are going to like that. Players are going to like that. Well, at least he and his partner are going to like that, and we are going to like it as well.
So, Mark, it has been quite a week already as we've seen the singles championship get claimed once again by Ben Johns, and here we are in this unique mixed split age. What are some of the other exciting things you think might be happening?
Well, I love when we come on, we see the mixed split age. You think, okay, am I going to play to the man? Am I going to play to the woman? How do I decide? The taller player, the shorter player? Plus, now we also have an age differential, and in some cases, a pretty significant one. We talked about Georgia Johnson at just 15 years old. So there's so many different variables that you don't often see when you're talking about just a straight-up senior pro doubles match or a pro doubles match. So it brings a whole new dynamic to this game, which I really love.
Yeah, and as she seems to come more and more confident the more we see her play, even just this week. And so, ladies and gentlemen who are out there all around the world, we hope that you're enjoying this coverage that we're bringing from the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Mark, thanks again for being here, and it's really been an exciting week. The venue is amazing. It's beautiful. The weather has been holding up. We had a slight rain delay, but it barely messed things up at all, and we've been able to finish out the matches here.
Yeah, beautiful little sun shower yesterday, and of course the fans are having a great time here. The players are loving it. Even the refs are having a good time being out here part of the U.S. Open. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, and so it looks like as we're getting some of the final instructions there by the ref, doing the final checks of both paddles, confirming the names on the score sheets. We had fun earlier in the week making a little instructional orientation video, because this venue is so huge. It's just easy to get lost. I mean, the amazing thing is 66 courts on a regular basis, 60 here, including this championship court. There's a brand new welcome center that they've built, but you show up and you got to figure, where do I go? And hopefully that's been worked out. Folks, just in case they're not sure, what was going on there a little bit with the paddles that you saw?
Yeah, so all of these paddles, you know, they have to be approved for competitive use, and the refs will just do a quick check. It's really more standard practice right now. Spin is such an important factor in the game. It's something we've talked about throughout this tournament, and there's a limit to how gritty the surface of those paddles can be. So what you'll see the refs do is they'll just sort of quickly put their hand over it, make sure no one's got any sandpaper taped to that.
Stick them or anything like that. Yes, actually,
man, I wish.
That was a
Wouldn't that be
bit of a political thing and an evolution of paddle manufacturing. Started out, the original paddle was just basically cut out plywood. And then actually the very first one might have been in ping pong paddle, and those broke, and so plywood, and you see there the Weinbach, I think, with his Paddle Tech paddle. But I believe here at the U.S. Open, or pretty close to the U.S. Open, Engage came out with a paddle that had a little extra grit on it, which still was within the thing. But everybody's like, wait, we never thought about putting any kind of texture to the paddle. All the paddles have been smooth, smooth, smooth up until that point.
So, I mean, you know, what we do at Third Shot Sports, we try to sort of see the evolution of the sport from a tactical or technical perspective and talk about that. But watching the sport grow, even from just an equipment perspective, that's right, it's almost like this race between the different companies who can create a paddle that has more power or more spin, or for some other way is different. And as you see Weinbach here taking a look at the ball, just make sure that it's a perfectly spherical Franklin X40 ball so that everyone knows exactly where that ball is going to end up.
Well, toss it up in the sky there a little bit, let it spin and see if it's wobbling or looking kind of funny. Because little things like that can make a big difference when you're like, my accurate shot is going to go to this spot on the court, and a weird ball can mess that up.
Yeah, I mean, these Franklin X40s, they are very true. These are balls that players love to play with, and they're so easy to see. It's one of the great things watching from home. You can see that bright neon ball out there on the court.
And so we are moments away for the first serve of this mixed pro split age semifinal match. On the far card in the blue, you have Mircea Murario playing with Georgia Johnson. On the near court in the red is Dave Weinbach and his partner, Jade Kawamura. Get ready for what I'm sure will be an exciting match.
Kawamoto a little bit impatient there. She played a nice two-handed backhand dink prior to that. Good amount of topspin. That ball was clearly too low to attack the way she did. Comes a little bit of nerves early on, sometimes for players. But I expect that they're going to try to keep the ball away from Weinbach to Kawamoto. Nothing against Jade, of course, but Weinbach being such a strong player, so much experience here at the U.S. Open on this championship court. Pretty much whoever Dave would be playing with is going to be the targeted player. There we go, Kawamoto standing up to the pressure, and that really becomes the question early on, right? Can Kawamoto handle that pressure? If she can, Weinbach will, you know, let her do her thing and sort of sit back. If, however, she looks a little bit wobbly, he's going to start to take more space over the middle of the court, more poaching, more aggressive play.
Dave with his uniquely characteristic head-down return ends up going a little wide.
0-2-2.
So in that case, Kawamoto not liking the backhand-to-backhand cross-court exchange she had going, tries to change the direction.
2-0-1.
Ball goes wide. There we go, Dave Weinbach. You can see why his opponents want to keep the ball away from him. Ball is up just a little bit. He puts a lot of speed, a lot of spin on that ball.
2-0-2.
Kawamoto, well done there. Getting the better of Moriyaru and Johnson that time. Good left-handed forehand counter-attacking volley. Ball lands just inside the baseline. Again, those can be real confidence builders early on to come out on top during those exchanges. I suspect for now Moriyaru and Johnson will stick with the strategy, especially with this 2-0 lead. And once again, Kawamoto speeding things up with the backhand, finishing with the forehand.
So they find themselves with their first point on the board as Kawamoto serves to Johnson.
Weinbach almost made the around the back volley. Georgia Johnson in that case goes at Weinbach. He was so close.
1-2-2.
Less time to react, almost made that.
Point begins.
Oh.
Side out.
Okay, so yeah, no, it's not Moriyaru's fault. So
Right,
he's apologizing. He went hard at Weinbach's body. Weinbach, we talked about how fast his hands were. Actually got his paddle on the ball, but redirected it backwards right into the chest of Kawamoto. Everyone seems to be okay. This Kawamoto's forehand volley sails a little bit wide.
3-1-1.
Score 3-1-1.
Second server.
Johnson, ball just rolls on the edge of the net, doesn't quite make it over. Moving on to second server. And she serves to Dave Weinbach.
Point.
Kawamoto saying my bad to her partner, Dave there.
4-1-2.
So watch Weinbach now, how much more space he's taking up.
Good get. Nice point.
Yeah, it was a good point. Interestingly, during the start of the point, Weinbach was quite far over that center line, supporting Kawamoto toward the end of it.
We're not sure if we're going to see that amazing get or not.
We have 5. Yes.
We'll have to bring that back on the future instant replay on the Pickleball channel.
No. Right side is the other side.
Checks to see, make sure his service is going to be in the proper position as we saw in the last game. If you're not in the right spot, just in case you don't know it and you're new, you will lose your serve or the point.
Moriyaru catches Weinbach this time in tight to the body on the left-hand side. Ball goes out of play. Let's take a look at the replay here. That's going to force a timeout taken by Kawamoto and Weinbach.
So with that timeout being called, there's a strong lead to Johnson and Moriyaru of 6-1. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
Yes, we're excited to be coming back once again in 2023 to this amazing event, which is a special time every year. Even the locals, I think I mentioned on our other broadcast, there were some people who don't even play pickleball who are recognizing how great pickleball and this event has been for the community. And you're looking at the referee and Merchant Murario and Georgia Johnson as they head back to the court with that strong 6-1 lead in game number 1 of this semifinal mixed pro split age match. Dave Weinbach there, often called the Badger from Wisconsin, committed to trying to do a lot with pickleball in the Midwest. A new pairing, we're seeing him play here with Jade Kawamoto, who, as Mark mentioned, is out of Hawaii. So we have people from coast to coast, literally island coast here, playing for
6-1-2.
a victory.
Side up.
Georgia Johnson a little frustrated with that, so the timeout seems to have worked in their favor, and we have a side out. And Weinbach with an opportunity
1-6-1
for his team to try to get off of one.
Kawamoto got caught there a little bit indecisive whether to take that ball out of the air as a volley or let it bounce. Instead, she ends up letting it bounce just in front of her, not able to line it up. Georgia Johnson, a little overexcited on that ball. Got a high forehand, not something you often get when you're playing against Weinbach.
She's smiling there.
Goes for a little bit too much.
Yeah, Weinbach coming across.
Weinbach finishes the job, takes a couple of attempts, but he gets that ball down past Johnson.
Commandingly. 1, 2, there.
3-6-2.
No. Putting 2 points on the board. Oh, good dig. The speed up at the net, the volley back and forth.
Yeah. We talked earlier about Weinbach being so tough in those quick battles. If I'm Murario and Johnson, I am not going to want to get into many of those.
So frustrating after that win right there for him to hit that into the net. Or was that side out?
So it's really only a matter of time here before we start to see Dave taking up the space the way he is there, coming across the court. Kawamoto really just has to cover that sideline right now.
Thought that was going to be around the post a little bit.
Kawamoto finishing the job, nicely done. Stayed patient there, kept that ball in play until she got something she could be more offensive with.
She pulled Johnson far off the wide side of the court there. She might have been a little bit off balance.
4-6-1.
Oh.
Second server.
So that's the sign of Weinbach. I mean, he feels right now the way things are going, like he needs to produce something.
4-6-2.
Right, and so sometimes you'll take risks that are a little bigger than you normally would. That's what happened on that ball.
A little dribble on the net from Murayu's point, and Kawamoto ends up getting it back into the net.
6-4-1.
So we're back on the side of Johnson Murario with that only a 2-point lead now.
Nice job by Johnson there. She looked like she was moving to cover the backhand side, poaching just a little bit. Weinbach goes down the line, and she's there for it.
Yes.
Long reach of Johnson on that forehand. Well done.
Hook for the net.
Point.
Kawamoto puts in a good effort to try to keep that ball alive. She's still under quite a lot of pressure. Good job by Johnson and Murario to keep
8-4-1.
foot on the gas.
Second server.
We're certainly having a lot of quick volley exchanges up in the net. It's interesting to see how different teams play so
8-4-2.
differently.
Point.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you go with what works, right? You test the waters early, you see if your game plan is on point, and if the execution is good, does it pay off? It has been so far for Johnson Murario.
So they're now back with a 5-point lead, 9 points on the board. The kitchen. Oh,
Side up.
with a little pop there.
Yep, and Murario lets Johnson know that was his fault. He gave that ball one of the few cross squirts that he hit, and ball sits up a little bit too high. Weinbach makes him pay.
Oh.
Second server.
Yeah, Kawamoto tries that forehand drive. Murario's forehand volley we take a look at here.
4-9-2.
Too high. Weinbach just served.
Trouble.
See if they can defend this and
Gonna go
that's
away
gonna go
from
wide.
Yeah.
Side up.
Yeah, a lot of, really, I mean, so far it's been overpowering. That has been the game plan from
9-4-1.
Murario and Johnson. It's
Yeah,
worked so far.
Back on the service with a chance 2 points away from winning game number 1.
Yeah, watch Weinbach move here.
Point.
Ball's just long. Sets up our first game point.
Where are you there?
10-4-1.
Hands the ball to Johnson, who serves. Oh, hits the back corner, I think. Yes.
Point. Game 1.
Hits the back corner, so game 1 goes to Johnson Murario. But it is not over yet, folks. This is the mixed pro split age semifinal match. You can see here, Johnson just drives it, comes back. Murario paints the ball into the corner. And let's see who becomes the next winner coming up in a moment.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dick.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
And we're back once again, watching the beginning of game number 2 of this mixed pro split age semifinal match. Thank you for joining us. This is interchange up at the net. Jade holds her own on that one.
Yep, that's right. I mean, look, sometimes that's all it takes is a bit of a reset between games. You know, to get that, you know, try to have the memory of a goldfish.
I forget, what is that about a goldfish? Bump. That's my
Good
dad
one.
joke for the
Good
day.
one, Rusty.
My
Good
kids
one.
are going to like that one.
Yeah, let's take a look here at
Yeah.
Morario finishing that forehand volley.
It's called out, so.
Second server.
With 1 point on the board, L2 at least an initial lead. Weinbach and Kawamoto find themselves trying to break this service as Georgia Johnson serves to Kawamoto.
Side up.
So again, anytime that there's a, you know, between games,
1-0-1.
a team that loses, a good question to ask yourself is, why did we lose that? Was it because we had a good strategy and we just didn't execute well? Or was it because we used the wrong strategy altogether, right? If it's the former, then it's a matter of, okay, what do we need to do in order to make sure that we're converting on the plan? And if it's the latter, then it says, okay, well, what's plan B going to look like? So we're going to see here what Weinbach and Kawamoto decide to do.
Well, that was exciting. The crowd liked that. Johnson a little frustrated, but some great volley and exchange of the net, and Kawamoto as well.
I mean, we have seen the more that Weinbach gets his paddle on the ball, the better his team's chances are to win the rally.
Okay, Weinbach thought it was out. Jade Kawamoto called it in.
That ball was good. Side up. 0-2-1.
For the ref to call the score, 0-2-1. Johnson heats it up, but Weinbach finishes it out.
0-2-2.
A little bit impatient there from Johnson. That ball was very low on the backhand side, only about shin height. Can be tough to hit that ball with any speed and hope to keep it in play.
Second server.
Kawamoto been playing stronger this game so far.
2-0-2.
One of her recent errors. Dave calls that out.
Yeah, if you're the serving team and you're down a game, it's always nice to have a freebie like that. The return of serve sailing long. The wind is pushing behind Morario and Johnson.
3-0-2.
Good effort there by Kawamoto. Couldn't quite dig it.
So with a 3-point lead, Kawamoto Weinbach send the serve back to Morario and Johnson.
Morario's forehand dink into the net there. It's going to take over, become the second server over here, Georgia Johnson.
0-3-2.
Ooh, nice.
Oh. Good point here. Zing Zang Championship court.
Yeah, crowd like that. Here it there, ultimately goes a little wide. Johnson just served to Weinbach, who returned, and now Kawamoto. All four players are at the net.
Point. Two, 3-2.
Ball goes off the top of the net, sails long. Look, you got to hand it to Jade Kawamoto out there. She is holding her own.
Exactly. I was about to say every ball is going to her, and then all of a sudden they tried to go to Weinbach, but yeah, she's just getting so many balls.
Yeah, I think
3-2-1.
you know, if they want to change their fortunes here, I think that Weinbach is going to have to start to be, there he is, a little more active coming across. You know, Kawamoto, anyone, not just Jade Kawamoto, but anyone can only withstand the pressure for so long. And so to be able to get a bit of a breather, to have a partner who's sort of supporting by taking more of those balls over the middle. Let's see if Weinbach starts to do that. He's looking for it there.
And he's always been very active on the court, both vocally and physically, even regularly going. You know, sometimes people say, is he actually anticipating an Ernie? Or is he just moving to try to distract the other player? Regardless, there's a lot of movement and an ability to cover quite a bit of the court.
Second server.
So Morario tries to go back at Kawamoto again, hits it into the net. Georgia Johnson gives him a pat on the back, saying it's okay as she serves.
Point.
This time Weinbach goes to speed it up a little bit. Fortunately, doesn't get over the
just
net.
Pressing a little bit too soon.
3-3-2.
This time Morario came across. Looked like Johnson was swinging for it as well. I think he ended up getting his bat on the ball, but regardless,
worked in their favor.
4-3-2.
See, there you go, Dave, with that little
point.
Backhand flick from Morario. Yep.
Yes.
Interesting. So Weinbach, Kawamoto started out with a little bit of a lead in game number 2. Things have turned in the favor of Johnson Morario as there's been a lot of fast interchanges at the net.
5-3-2.
Weinbach comes all the way over. Morario pushes it back to the other side. That's a great point. See who's going to try to speed it up. It was a patience game there, ultimately.
Yeah, Weinbach, Kawamoto outlasting.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do. You just, I mean, but a few years ago, we're used to seeing these 30-hit dink sessions, and you see much less of that now.
Point.
And if somebody, right, if you're finding yourself, Mark, and someone's beating you at that hard game, and you know you can just dink forever, Do you switch and go there?
I mean, the trouble is he can't make anyone dink, right? As we've seen a lot throughout this tournament. Nice counter punch there by Raryu. As we've seen throughout this tournament, you know, balls even just a couple years ago, we talked earlier about paddle equipment changing.
Right.
Balls that previously were going to be tough to attack with speed and keep them in play, that's no longer the case. And so, yeah, you can have a preference to have a slower game, but you can't make your opponents do that, right? If they want to speed it up, they can. The question is, can you be selective about which balls you go for and which ones you let go out? And can you put it in a position where the amount of damage they can do is limited?
Right, and that margin for error has gotten less and less and less as they attack balls that are lower and lower. You don't have to wait for that perfect high ball anymore. Well, I do.
That is a nice down-the-line backhand from Kawamoto. Again, she has been working hard out there, showing her skill.
And there's been a lot of back and forth. We find ourselves again just a one-point game. It's Kawamoto and Weinbach now turning the point in their favor at 6-5.
Ball goes just a little bit long from Weinbach. And one thing we should say here is Jade Kawamoto, while born in Hawaii, for the last number of years has been living in Indiana,
5-6-1.
where she's been playing a lot of her pickleball. A lot of pickleball in the Midwest.
Oh, soft session. Kawamoto decides to speed it up. Unfortunately, speeds it up into the net.
Take a look at Georgia Johnson there with that little flip serve. That is a tough ball. Really been impressed with Johnson throughout this tournament, both today and yesterday.
Yeah.
Alongside the rest of her family, JW, her brother, and her mother, Julie. Yesterday in the women's doubles.
Yeah, the Johnson family, JW actually was saying, you know, it's been good for him and actually good for his whole family. Pickleball has become a significant part of the family's life now.
Jade Kawamoto finally is on the positive end of that ball clipping off the top of the net. She's been on the losing side of that a few times throughout this match.
7-6-1.
And so we find the score tipping in their favor again with Kawamoto Weinbach serving at 7-6.
Second server.
So the ball kind of bounced into one of the gold boxes.
You should get to keep it.
Well, there was nobody in there, so it just sort of was
an abandoned gold
box. Yeah, it'll be filled later for sure.
Maybe I should move down there myself. Sounds nice.
We're at 7-6-2.
Weinbach doing his best to keep that rally alive. First ball, that forehand was almost behind him by the time he made contact. You see here, it's two back, but Georgia Johnson once again
6-7-1.
finishing the job.
Ryu 6 serving Weinbach, Kawamoto 7, and they put a point on the board, and so we have a.
Sometimes that's called a shake and bake, when one person drives the ball and their partner comes to the net to intercept the one coming over. Georgia took it all by herself. That's like a solo shake and bake.
And we're tied up at 7-7.
Second server.
So the fact that Georgia is moving the way she is right now means that she is feeling very good out there. Right, she's taking some risks. Now, the thing to do, which sometimes when you're young, you don't do very well, is to kind of temper that enthusiasm, right? To not overdo it. That was well done right there. Again,
Weinbach saw that coming, even turned to the side a little bit.
Self-shake and bake, brought to you by Georgia Johnson. Yeah, so I think it was a bit of a mistake, a tactical mistake by Murariu. Georgia has been on fire for these last few shots. The ball was going toward her. She'd moved in quickly. I don't think there's a need for him to be wandering that far over in that situation.
7-8-1.
So the side out brings us back to Weinbach serving to Murariu. Now with a 1-point deficit.
Second server.
Kawamoto finds the net there. She's been under constant pressure from start to finish here.
7-8-2.
Withstanding it, for the most part, fairly well.
Absolutely.
There's an around the post attempt. Can't quite get the angle. It's a good effort there.
Especially when it was so close. It's funny.
8-7-1.
Again, 8-7. Murariu serving.
Too much power off the 15-year-old's overhead smash. Weinbach can get it back, but can't get it down. Eventually she finishes.
Timeout receiving team.
And Dave Weinbach calls a timeout to try to stop the run of Johnson and Murariu as they look to close out game number 2 and make their way to compete for gold.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
And there you see a look at both teams as they're taking a moment during this timeout, catching their breath, hydrating as is important here. We are in game number 2, close to the end of this mixed pro split age match. Georgia Johnson been in many ways dominating, putting on pressure constantly again and again. A new face here to the U.S. Open, as well as Jade Kawamoto, who's been receiving so many balls, holding her own. The teams find themselves with Johnson Murariu serving at 9-7, just 2 points away from winning this semifinal.
Kawamoto and Weinbach are hoping we're not close to the end of this match. They're going to try to do something about that.
Again, once again, everything coming at her.
Yeah, she saw it coming, but just too much heat off that Johnson paddle. That's going to be a point, and that's going to set up our first match point of this match.
10-7-1.
Murariu serves.
Yeah, Murariu is going to call that ball out.
He
Johnson's
called it early, though.
I did not see
Johnson's going to say she didn't see it because she was dodging it. Weinbach is going to replay.
Georgia indicates that she was dodging.
So if the call stands, that will turn to second server. And if it gets overruled, then that...
Well, if it gets overruled and it stays, then they won the match. So you either lose a timeout and you lose the match. And you kind of have to do it.
If you're windbacking, yeah, let's take a look here.
Oh, that looked into me.
It's a tough one. That is a tough one. I am gonna go. I mean, it's a little bit tricky on that. Look at Georgia Johnson, that balance. That was her trying to get out of the way.
She's ducking.
Yeah. I'm going to say that gets overruled and it gets called in. Oh, there we go. This is the angle. Oh, it's a sideline ball.
Yeah. But you don't see any. I mean, we're a little low. The angle's not that high, but you definitely don't see any color in between.
Yeah, I don't think you would on that one. So my prediction, Rusty, I was 1 for 1 so far today. I'm going to go with the overrule on this one. And yeah, I'm sticking to it.
Well, that would certainly be exciting. Keep us going here with more action at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Up in the corner there, I don't know if our team can get a shot of the Franklin X40 countdown. We're currently at 0, so it might not be working, but special thanks and shout out to Franklin. The X40 ball is the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, as well as the bag. Thanks to all of our sponsors so far, but a special shout out to our volunteers and our referees. Mark, I mean, you know how important the volunteers in an event like this are.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's great to have so many people lifting and all in the same way to make this tournament happen, to make it run so smoothly, for it to be such a great experience for the players, for the spectators. It's been a real treat, and it only happens when everyone is working together on that.
Okay, looks like they have the clarification. Weinbach talking to Marario. We'll hear the official announcement. Well, they're still on the court, so it looks like they're anticipating it. They called in. Maybe we just don't know. They're getting ready as if we're continuing.
Yes.
Crowd ready?
Time in.
All right.
10-7-2.
So that was called in. Moving on to our second server.
So after the video replay, the overrule.
Lineback still in it. Wow. Important side out there. That challenge to the line call forced the second serve. They were able to stay in there, and now they have their opportunity to try to climb this ladder back to a victory.
7-10-1.
Weinbach ready to serve.
Ball goes off the net and then off the backhand side of Georgia Johnson. Goes a little bit wide.
So we're only within 2 points, but 2-point lead when your opponent has a 10 is a lot scarier than earlier in the game.
Bad miss from Johnson there, yeah. We've not seen one like that from her. Gotta think that she thought it was going backhand side instead of a forehand. She missed badly.
And now Johnson and Marario call that timeout to stop the momentum of Kawamoto and Weinbach. We'll see who claims victory in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer, say bye to basic seltzer.
So we're back from our timeout as Georgia Johnson and Marario, who called the timeout, head out to the court. We just had 2 points in a row by Weinbach and Kawamoto. We're now 1 point away from tying it up, and if you are new to pickleball, enjoying this action, you have to win by 2. Dave Weinbach serves.
Time in. 9-10-1.
His team hoping to put another point on the board. Again. So we're saying that patience. Oh, pops off the net. So frustrating. Dave catches it. Playing to the crowd. You get 2 points if you catch it. Might as well take the moment for a little bit of entertainment from Dave Weinbach.
9-10-2.
Still a chance to get a point on the board. Kawamoto serves to Johnson.
Side up.
Ball just goes wide. And here we are, Mark.
Yeah, Kawamoto's got to make that third shot.
10-9-1.
Mario serves.
Match point. Georgia Johnson misses just a little bit wide.
Close.
We've seen a few times today where she's sort of drifting to her right and that ball comes to her left. And it's sort of the momentum of that sliding to the right tends to pull that ball.
They don't count. They don't count.
Weinbach saying the other people watching thought it was out. Referee clarifying that the crowd doesn't get to make line calls.
I mean, if I was Moriarty Johnson, I'd challenge that now.
Video challenge on the call.
Yeah,
Look,
why not?
Well, I mean, you lose your timeout if you're wrong, but if you're right, that you just won the match.
Was that a sideline or base?
But it's
Video challenge.
it's a little far away, opposite side of the court.
All right, well, I'll make my.
So you're 2 for 2 here, Mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's well wide. Well wide. Not even a question. No way that's being called in. I will bet my broadcasting career on this one, Rusty. There's no
look out.
There is no way they're going to overrule that.
I'm not betting anything, but I'll take that bet.
Folks, this could be the last time you hear Mark Renison on the broadcast.
Indentured servanthood. He will be my butler in the future.
Yeah, we're not going to see it from this angle, but we are going to see
hits and then comes back over. I think the camera doesn't quite pan over.
Yeah, so that's where you see, look, Georgia's sort of sliding.
Can't pan.
See her sliding to her right. That's where the momentum is going. And so sometimes even, had she been a little
That
more
momentum.
balanced when she hit it, I think that ball probably would have went where she wanted. But because she's sliding sort of off the court to give herself space to have a better impact point, it sort of brings the ball with her. And so
there's the Franklin X40 countdown that's working. 29, 28.
Well,
the
looks
challenge
like
is
the
that
ref has a decision.
They already have the decision.
Call stands. There we go.
You are charged with a timeout.
And the game continues. Johnson Marayu on the edge. A victory. Johnson gets to serve for another chance. We have match point here. Game number 2.
Side out. Side out.
Oh, wait, they're wondering side out or second server.
You don't lose a point, you lose a server. Your side was out.
All right, so the question, the challenge with some of all these line calls and all these things that are interrupting the flow is if the right thing doesn't get marked on the sheet at the right time. To be honest, I can never keep score of anything. But the discussion right now is whether this is a side out or second serve.
Because you came over at 10, right? Yeah. And you're the first server? Yeah.
So Weinbach and Kawamoto, the players kind of figuring it on their own. Referee agrees. We have second server.
10-9-2.
Johnson serving. Match point.
Ooh, that ball's going to be called out by Murariu. Wind back. Kawamoto.
It was close.
We're going to get another challenge. We are
Right,
going to get another
they
challenge.
get 2 per game, right? So. Okay, here we go.
Man.
Oh, that one looks like it's on the line. That's a little closer,
So
right?
I don't think they've officially challenged yet.
Come on, roll that back.
We've already had one video.
Oh, see, that looks
Well,
farther out, though.
This angle.
Yeah, because you're on the back side of the ball. You can't tell. But the... oh, that... I don't know.
okay.
Can we go back?
Out. I'm going without.
You're going without. Well, you're still in the business.
For now. Things can change on a dime here in pickleball.
The
Rusty.
music's playing,
Hey, this
but
is a
I
good-
don't think the official countdown has begun. Maybe they're asking, like, how many countdowns do they have, and how's the challenge work? This is a new thing to the sport. It's not actually official worldwide in any rule book. It's something that is kind of done tournament by tournament.
So this is maybe a good time, Rusty, while we're waiting for this challenge to get sorted out, is to remind people we've got lots more coverage here happening
Yes,
all day long here at
absolutely.
the US Open. It's a good chance
You've
to...
done this before.
Yeah, it's a good chance to let your friends know how much you're enjoying it. And we love hearing your comments on social media. So whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or somewhere else, drop a comment there. What
One
did you
game
think?
match.
You think that was ball in or out?
11-9 in the second game.
Oh, never mind. Guess that's being called
They
out.
agreed amongst themselves. So the victory goes to Johnson and Murariu. 2 games, 11-4, 11-9. We will be back with, I believe we're going to bring the gold medal after this. But all week long, as Mark said, remember Saturday night championship Sunday here on Zing Zang Championship Court. We will be live on CBS Sports at 7 p.m. Eastern, CBS Sports Network. There you have our winner, Johnson Murariu. Stay tuned for more action.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All-natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Catcher's gear still missing? I checked lost and found, but only found Jared. So how we gonna fix this?
Oh, man, you gotta go where they get sports.
Charles Barkley.
Dix.com.
Dix.com, but we need it today.
Oh, they got curbside pickup. Be ready in under an hour.
Hey, I got it right here. Oh, that's perfect. Back. That's not it.
That's my glam bag for the money maker. I bedazzle that myself. Every search starts at Dix.
When you think of pickleball greatness, think no further than the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. Over 2,800 players from all over the world have gathered in beautiful Naples, Florida this week to fight for their place in pickleball history as one of the champions of this monumental tournament. Day one was all about singles, filled with new competitors and new champions. Catherine Parenteau claimed gold, while Ben Johns defended his title in pro singles. Who will join their ranks and take home a victory? As today, doubles action takes over the courts. It's time to find out at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championship.
took about 30 days for the event to fill up in its inaugural year. From 30 days down to 3 hours, it shows you how popular this event has become.
This moment to be on this final Saturday at Naples, so it's been great. There's just no words to describe, you know, the feeling of just what just happened.
There's nothing like the energy you get when you come into this park and everything starts humming throughout the day.
The enthusiasm here is like nothing else.
Not a better stage in pickleball than this court. This is my favorite place, as you know, on earth to play. The energy, the electricity around here is second to none.
You came here last year for the U.S. Open. You fell in love with the area.
I love this place. It is a beautiful, wonderful place to be.
For me, it's the best tournament of the year. The atmosphere, the people, they're dancing, the music's going, they're having fun. This is what we play for. This is it.
And here we are again for another exciting match. We have Smith Gingrich versus Esquivel Derisi. We've seen them on this court before. Callie Smith, strong, dominant, athletic player. Ranked singles number 5, doubles number 8. On this court again, we saw her and her partner Dane Gingrich playing earlier. Gingrich out of Santa Barbara, one of the top senior pro men in the event here today. We saw him yesterday. And there's Callie Smith on the sideline and her partner Dane Gingrich getting ready. The speed and the accuracy of these two is quite exciting, but they will not go down easily, as a veteran to this championship court, Jose Derisi, will be here fighting again out of Rochester, New York. Lots of fans there with his partner Michelle Esquivel. We saw them just moments ago earlier today. If you watched, Michelle currently from Naples. She's been moving all across the country, doing things with pickleball, and it's kind of her life. She works here at East Naples Community Park in the pro area. Her and many other players, Rob Cassidy and Jennifer Lucor and Alex Hamner, and just this community keeps growing more and more. There's more coaches and there's more pickleball happening. There's Jose Derisi getting some water as everybody gets ready to compete. This is a consolation bracket. Again, if you're tuning in right now, you might have missed an earlier match to see an upset. Both of these teams have lost once. At the U.S. Open, there is no come-around bracket. The only thing you can get if you have one loss is a bronze, and so they're on their way to fight for that medal.
That's right, Rusty. It makes this tournament unique. If you're going to win the gold medal match, that means you've got to go undefeated throughout the bracket. Not easy to do. Can't fight your way back. Of course, there are some people that prefer a bracket that, you know, even if you lose once, you have a chance to get back in there. But this really means every match means a lot. There are no easy wins out here, and I'm sure there will be no easy wins
this is a game to 15,
for
winning
either
by
of these
2.
teams.
We will
Absolutely.
switch sides or ends at 8.
As the referee just clarified, because it's
0-0-2.
going to 15, it's one game to 15, and they will switch sides at 8.
So that's what I expect to see for most of this match now. Smith and Gingrich really benefit the faster things get. We saw earlier Esquivel, as we take a look at her there, and Derisi. In their previous match, they had more success when things slowed down. So I suspect we're going to see a lot of heat pretty early on. Callie Smith went for it there, and Esquivel knows that she got out of a little bit of a jam there. Next up, just a reminder to our viewers, Rusty, we've got a gold medal match coming up next. We're going to see Johnson and Morario, who were just out here taking on Leah Jansen and John Sperling. So you're going to want to stay close by for that.
Expect to be some great action. A little question about the balls there. Swapping that out.
Yeah, it is getting later in the day. The balls do heat up and they will play differently. I saw some people on social media asking about that. The way that any ball plays sort of start of the day when things are cooler is considerably different as it gets later and the ball softens. So you got to take that into consideration when you're lining up those drops or drives. Holy cow.
Nice interchange. Great play. Ultimately goes wide. Back to Gingrich and Smith. Yes, and our friends up north in Canada and other places where you can have these cracked balls when it gets too cold. You're not going to have many cracked balls down here in Florida this week. Except the power players definitely can do that. Oh, back in the corner. I think DeRisi thought that might have been going out.
I think it was praying it was going to go out. Look, Esquivel hit as good a shot you can hope. This sort of hybrid drop and drive, a lot of top spin, ball dipped down, and you can only do so much.
Point. Two zero one. Point.
An error off the return of serve. Gingrich won't often go very big on his serve, but he will on occasion, as you see there, like throwing a little bit of spin. He and Smith are so confident in their play up near the net. They're not going to take too big a risk from the backcourt.
There is that big Callie Smith overhead.
Point.
Not much you can do there.
Timeout's been called by the receiving team. The score
Quick
is
timeout there.
4-0-1.
Probably a good idea. DeRisi wants to talk it over with Esquivel.
You have that quick 4-point lead. Smith Gingrich have a lead of 4-0. With the timeout called on the court, we'll just take a moment and we'll be back in a minute.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Well, after that brief timeout, we're coming back to the court as you can see there DeRisi talking to his partner Esquivel as they're
The serving team has 2 timeouts remaining. The receiving team has used 1 timeout
Somebody
and
was
has
coming
1
by the
timeout
booth
remaining.
a little bit earlier asking about timeouts and
You are not the correct
challenge
server.
calls. You get 2 timeouts per game.
You have 4.
However, only 1 challenge per
Yep.
game.
Time
So
in.
confusing. So time in
4-0-1.
is called. Callie Smith serves. Michelle Esquivel.
Interesting. So, no change in strategy here. That third shot drop hit by Gingrich and Smith was high over the middle of the court. Generally speaking, the forehand player will take that high ball. Instead, DeRisi deferred to Esquivel. So it looks like they had a talk and said, Michelle, you're in charge of the middle, as we see right there.
Point.
We saw some great action earlier from all 4 of these players. And even yesterday as well. The field is
5-0-2.
a strong field, and it's always surprising to see who kind of makes their way here every year. There's been some upsets this year.
Dane Gingrich, okay.
Anticipates that.
Yep, so nice Ernie there. That was well done. Seeing that ball come down the line, of course, you can jump that corner just so long as you're not standing in the non-volley zone when you play that volley. Nicely done.
Frustrating.
Yeah, Esquivel knows if Smith and Gingrich are going to be hitting hard, it's better to have them do it from far away. She tried to roll that backhand deep and just overhit it a little.
7-0-2.
Big overhead. Gingrich ducking out of the way. Saw that coming. Ultimately, well placed by Esquivel.
0-7-1.
Well left by DeRisi. You could hear Esquivel call the ball out. I think he knew it was going that way as well. Had some problems earlier in the day hitting those balls that were going long. No such issue here.
1-7-1. Point.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Callie Smith likes to use that forehand with topspin, uses a fairly extreme grip on it. Not quite able to get that ball up and over.
Second serve.
Nice backhand counterattack by Smith.
Correct. 2-7-2.
Gingrich got away with one a little bit. He was moving to his right, covering that down the line attack, and instead went through the middle, sort of stabbed at it with his backhand, manages to get it back, and an error from DeRisi.
7-2-1.
Michelle's got to make
Point,
that.
timeout, and change.
Yeah, pretty run-of-the-mill
Score
backhand there.
is 8-7.
Of course, this is a race to 15, so that's why after 8, they're going to take a quick timeout.
Well, you're going to switch sides here, give the teams a moment to move. It's sort of like a free timeout for both teams as they can do that. And we'll be back to see who climbs their way to 15 and claims a victory.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
And there you have Dane Gingrich on the sideline. He and his partner, Callie Smith, heading to the court. We're now the opposite side of the court. And how much of an impact does this have interrupting the game flow, having to switch sides, Mark?
I don't think there's going to be too much here. There is a bit of a breeze right now going toward Esquivel and DeRisi at the end of the court. So that means that, you know, it's going to be a couple more MPHs on those Gingrich or Smith drives, and maybe a couple less coming from Esquivel, DeRisi.
Wow, wow. They just heat that up.
Yeah, DeRisi doing a good job getting that one ball back, making them play another. Esquivel does the same here, but just too much from Gingrich. Yeah. Solid on that forehand.
Well, and started off by Callie Smith with that just explosive attack. We said it earlier before.
9-2-1.
The game just keeps getting more and more athletic, more and more powerful.
Smith likes that, and like this is a nice example about how much these players want this, right? They're already up 9-2 in this race to 15, and Callie Smith plays this down the line, and you know that's not a run of the mill. Like you can tell she wants it, you can tell Gingrich wants it, and you can also tell that they are not going to sleep on Esquivel and DeRisi, who can claw their way back into this match.
Right.
Second serve.
Gingrich tries to heat that up a little bit. Fortunately, puts it into the net.
10-2.
Forcing a second serve. And again, if you're just joining this, it's 1 game to 15.
Gingrich, good read there. Smith was far back, playing that drive to Esquivel. Pretty good gamble that she's going to try to go back to Callie, who's further away. Gingrich reads it well, cuts across, puts away the forehand volley.
11-2.
Gingrich well left, Michelle Esquivel not enough topspin.
With a touch of the paddle.
12-2.
That much closer. 15 is going to be hard for Esquivel and DeRisi to fight their way back.
Come on, let's go.
We have seen it before. DeRisi with a encouraging exclamation there.
Well, I think it was less encouraging and it was more trying to get in the head of Smith. That's why you see her with a bit of a knowing smile there. She's not going to let that phase her.
Well defended by Gingrich.
Oh. Right, so that's... Look, he's got to try something, right? He's down quite a lot. Yeah.
You have 2 victories in a row. You're like, finally, here we go, right? I mean, you got to at least pump yourself up or something, whatever it is. Oh, a little bit off the net. Just keeps it in play.
Well left, Callie Smith going hard at the body of Esquivel. Does her best to get the ball back over the net, but goes wide.
DeRisi back there saying,
3-12,
one at a time, one at a time. We'll see if they can do that.
Esquivel snaps that forehand past the right hip of Gingrich. Ball lands well inside the court. Got some work to do in this race to 15.
It will be pretty impressive if they can make it happen.
Nice little rolling forehand. Esquivel putting in the effort to get to that ball.
And now here we are again back with Callie Smith serving. Score 12-4-1.
Second serve.
DeRisi once again. Pretty vocal on that court.
Take everything you can right now.
Ball goes long.
Good call by Callie Smith. Said no to her partner. And communication's critical in trying to help one another judge when to let those balls go as well, right?
She is not. Yes, you are. Yes. 13-4-2.
2 points away.
Side out.
Gingrich serves, but we have a side out. DeRisi Esquivel able to hold them to just 1 point in that interchange.
4-13 wide.
Still 9 points away themselves, though. Another.
Second serve.
I mean, such a subtle eye from Smith and Gingrich. You could hear when Gingrich said good eye, right? He recognizes as a top senior pro out there, he recognizes the skill it takes not just to hit balls, but to also not hit balls. Smith doing a nice job of it there.
Oh.
Side out.
DeRisi can't corral that ball, gets a side out. 13-4.
Another chance, holding them to no points. 2 points away themselves from a victory.
Second serve.
Again, a bit uncharacteristic for that
13-4-2.
going to the net, but it's a strong lead here, right? I mean,
Smith, so much power. Starting things off. I mean, it's the overhead smash that he sort of gets the applause and is impressive. And
everything leading up to it, right?
But it was that drive with the backhand, just the execution of it, but also the plan. Now they've got a match point.
Exactly.
Not yet,
Not
says Jose
yet.
DeRisi.
4-14-1.
Yeah, here it comes. DeRisi actually blocked.
Correction. Second serve.
Esquivel got her paddle on it. I'm not sure it would have made it back
It was
in
a double
play.
hit there, I think.
Well, it was definitely going back over the net, and DeRisi just sort of got in the way of it, blocking it.
Yeah.
Point.
So you're Smith and Gingrich with a 14-5 lead.
5-14-2.
Are you even worried?
If I'm Smith and Gingrich right now, no. Though, Michelle Esquivel keeps making counterattacks like that. Balls keep landing in. The worry meter may start to elevate a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and moments ago, they only had 2 points on the board, so here we are. They keep climbing.
Side out.
All right, so I predict a big serve, a drive,
14-6-1.
and then someone looking to poach here. Could be either of them. Let's see. Wrong.
Drop.
Wrong. They waited till then. There you go.
So the match goes to Smith and Gingrich. They're on their way to compete for bronze. We're here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. As you see, Gingrich dropped that. And ultimately,
yeah, just too strong. Gingrich and Smith, they are a tough team. Too much firepower. They deserve to win this one.
and our winners, once again, Dane Gingrich, Callie Smith at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Stay tuned.
Okay, I have all your stuff for the tournament. Where's your other cleat?
I don't know. Oscar has it.
Oscar.
We gonna need new ones.
Hold up. What site you on?
Who's the old guy? Charles Barkley?
You need to go to Dix.com. They got all the sports.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
And they have curbside pickup.
Great. We can grab them on the way. I like your dog.
Oh, that's Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley?
Every search starts at Dix.
Hey everybody, it's Rusty with Pickleball Channel, and I am thrilled to be back.
Open Pickleball Championships Women's Doubles.
It took about 30 days for the event to fill up in its inaugural year. From 30 days down to 3 hours, it shows you how popular this event has become.
this moment to be on this final Saturday at Naples, so it's been great. There's just no words to describe, you know, the feeling of just what just happened.
There's nothing like the energy you get when you come into this park and everything starts humming throughout the day.
The enthusiasm here is like nothing else.
There's not a better stage in pickleball than this court. This is my favorite place, as you know, on earth to play. The energy, the electricity around here is second to none.
You came here last year for the U.S. Open. You fell in love with the area.
I love this place. It is a beautiful, wonderful place to be.
For me, it's the best tournament of the year. The atmosphere, the people, they're dancing, the music's going, they're having fun. This is what we play for. This is it.
We'll get ready for the mixed pro split age gold medal match between Jansen, Sperling, and Johnson Murario. We've seen these teams compete earlier in the day as they've worked their way through the bracket. They've been able to remain undefeated. Once again, we have Leah Jansen, #2 ranking of world pickleball rankings in singles and 7 in doubles, with her partner John Sperling. We saw some great gameplay here, and everything's a little bit different as one team has more power, the other team has more strategy. We'll see how that plays out here. There we have Sperling on the left, Jansen on the right. Jansen, the younger, a very, very powerful singles player. We saw her earlier heating it up regularly. Georgia Johnson, Mark?
Yeah, the 15-year-old has really been impressive to me all week long so far in the singles, in the women's doubles. Yeah, she's got a little bit of everything out here alongside her partner, Mircea Murariu. He's going to be a little bit more of the steady one out there, I think, probably playing a little bit more of a retriever role, a bit more of a defensive role, and look for Johnson to really light things up on both that forehand and backhand side.
And as we said, we saw earlier, let's see how they got here. Mark, what are your thoughts on some of the competitions that had to happen?
Yeah, I mean, none of these are easy matches as we look. Johnson and Murariu, they got through Smith and Gingrich early on. That is a big win for them. And then beating Kalmoto and Weinbach to get here. Jansen and Sperling, we just saw a few minutes ago against Esquivel and Derisi coming through on that one.
And it'll be exciting to see how this plays out. As we said, this is a unique bracket where you have a senior pro over 50 and then a pro under 50. In this scenario, we've had different configurations throughout the day, sometime where the female partner was older. Here we have the 2 younger pros on the female side, the male senior pros. Right now it looks like they're checking the ball, making sure the rotational speed. We talked about that. It is pretty hot today. It's a little easier for Mark and I sitting under the shade, but earlier in the day you were out there in the heat.
Oh yes, I'm getting ready. I'm playing in the mixed pro doubles later this week, as well as the men's pro doubles. So spent a little bit of time on the court earlier this morning. It was hot out there then, it's still hot out there now.
And maybe we'll see you out on the court sometime in your
We'll see. I'll have to work my way to championship court, Rusty. Maybe you can make a call?
It does, maybe, you know, but if not, maybe you can come back and do those line calls.
Maybe, yeah, you know what, no one wants to see that.
So we're ready to go as Mircea Murario serves to Leah Jansen.
Looks like Murario is going to be seeing a lot of balls in this match. There we go. He teams up with Johnson to outlast Sperling and Jansen. Yeah, I do think, you know, these players, while they're focused on themselves and they're getting ready for their own matches, they are still paying attention to their opponents. They know how. Ooh, look at Georgia Johnson right now.
That's a big overhead defended well.
They know
she threads the needle there, yeah?
Yeah, they know how well Johnson's been playing out there. So I think unless Murariu shows them that they need to do something different, or if Georgia starts to make some mistakes, I think we're going to see a lot of these Sperling Jansen balls going towards their senior pro opponent.
Murario puts it away there. In the middle.
0-1-2.
Sperling gets ready to serve.
Jansen.
Good get.
Bit of a highlight reel shot there. That was a nice one. Ball getting a little bit behind her. Finds a way to get it back over the net and low.
1-1-2. I'll recall the score.
Quick moment for Sperling to tie a shoe.
1-1-2.
Jansen going hard at that Muraru backhand. Johnson's ball set up just a little bit. One day in the women's, I want to see Johnson and Jansen play together. Just so I can keep saying Johnson Jansen.
That's almost a dad joke. Jansen returns. You just said ball's coming towards Muraru.
Muraru tries to be a little bit tricky, flicking that ball toward the head of Jansen. She's there with the forehand.
A bit off balance, but she's able to keep it down. Johnson comes back, and Jansen can just put it away.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see here, right? I mean, it's still early in the match, but we do see a consistent pattern of Jansen and Sperling picking on
4-1-2.
Muraru. See Johnson giving a signal there. Let's see if they switch things up to get Murcha on the right side of his court. There it is. Oh, ball goes just long. But that switch, right, that was a planned switch after the return was hit. You're going to see another signal. I suspect a planned switch again.
5-1-2. Point.
Johnson returning that ball in the net. Cannot afford to do that yet. She's going to want to have a little
Timeout
think about it,
receiving team. The score
as
is
well as their
6-1-2.
strategy.
Because the first timeout of the match has been called. We're going to take a moment to hear from our amazing sponsors who make all this possible and get more action after that.
Powered by Margaritaville is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickle. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
So we're coming back from the timeout. A little bit time left as both teams, interestingly, are taking full advantage of that timeout. I think earlier in the day, people were coming back early from the timeouts. Today, I think the ref is the first time they've had to remind both teams, okay, it's time to come out here. I don't know if that's a sign. As we said, it's a 5:22. A lot of these people have been out here for several hours now.
Timeouts remain.
Fatigue just starting to set in, perhaps. We'll see if that plays a factor.
6-1-2.
Murcha Muraru trying to speed things up on that backhand side. It's going to go in the books as an unforced error. Let's see if he tries to get himself over that right side again where we saw them make the move before. That was a poor shot. Yeah, so Muraru had a funny little hit there. Went off his paddle twice. And of course the rule is as long as it's one single swing, that's okay when that happens. It's very rare, but sometimes it does.
8-1-2.
But it didn't quite make it over the net. So now we have a strong 7-point lead as Sperling serves to Muraru.
Yikes. There is so much topspin on that Jansen forehand drop. I mean, often when we think about drops, we think about them not being so much offensive shots, right? You're just trying to stay out of trouble. And in many ways, that's true. But as players start to use more and more topspin on these drops, they can also use more speed. Jansen did that very effectively there. They've got a 9-1 lead here in game number 1. There's another topspin drop. Once again, Mariu, he's missed that backhand a few times, feeling the pressure there, doesn't want things to go too long, tries to speed it up, but ill-advised.
10-1-2.
Game point.
Wow.
Okay, so this is one of the ways. Yeah, it's one of the ways to respond when you're being picked on. You know that ball is going to go there. So what does Morari do? He plays that return and sort of goes all in, running forward and jumping that corner. To play the Ernie.
Second server.
So here they are.
1-10-2.
9-point deficit. Can they come back? Thank you, Net.
Point.
Is that time that's a little bit tricky in the day here at Zing Zang Championship Court. You see the light coming through, the shadows. Very nice visually, but a little bit tricky to play on.
Look out.
Yeah, and notice when Jansen does get that high forehand, she will almost always go cross court with it. Right, her body, as she's rotating, playing that ball, she's sort of going to her left, and it's sort of a little bit easier to get the ball to go that way too. Another game point. Flicking that backhand down the line, beautiful camera work there to get that net cam action. Jansen's ball goes wide, long I should say, but they do have another shot at it. Game
10-2-2. Side out.
It's important side out. Johnson Marario trying to come back from an 8-point deficit.
2-10-1.
The other games we've seen them play so far have been closer today.
Talked about that high forehand volley going cross court. There it is on cue. I think Rusty right now, rather than trying to come back, I think really the goal here for Johnson and Morari is to figure out, okay, when we go into these next games, how are we going to solve this puzzle, right? What are we going to do differently?
Oh, they thought that was going long, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it's stated. Yeah, I mean, even if it's just a matter of like starting to read, right? When Sperling's going to go for the attack or whatever it might be, they're going to try to do a few productive things here so that as they go forward, they can have a little more success in game 2, and for them, hopefully game 3.
10-2-1.
So we'll see if that happens or if they continue to fight like crazy.
Jansen, so smart, letting it not that long. Game number 1 in the books.
Going to Jansen Sperling, Harley with 11-2 victory.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, take a look here right at the end. Leah Jansen with that heavy topspin drop. And then when that ball gets sped up, it's so good at knowing when to just dodge it. Nicely done.
Over the shoulder, victory is theirs. We'll be back in a moment with some more pickleball.
Margaritaville, it's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
So we're back at the beginning of game number 2.
Leah Jensen not able to get that ball up and over the net. It's so important to make contact up front between your body and the net. The ball got a little bit behind her.
0-0-1.
This is that unique mixed pro split age gold medal
server.
match. And as you said earlier, Mark, we'll see what strategy Johnson and Marario have to do to try to
0-0-2.
claim a victory.
Yeah, they're gonna have to start to do something here. Sterling.
Interchange at the net.
Yeah, I was going to say John Sperling and Leah Jansen have been too strong so far. So 2 things have to happen. They have to start playing worse. And at the same time, Johnson and Marario have to start playing better.
1-0-2.
They can't afford to miss easy balls. They have to capitalize on the put away opportunities. Easier said than done. Let's look for Johnson to be a little more aggressive here.
They look wide to me. They play it. Play it anyway. Sperling puts it away.
Yeah, good effort there by Georgia Johnson to get the ball back, but tough overhead from Mr. Sperling.
You have 1. 0-1-1.
Oh, keeps it in play. Oh, good sportsmanship there. He confesses it hit him in the stomach. The crowd is applauding that.
0-1-2.
Stops the play. Everybody appreciated that sportsmanship.
Marario flicks that forehand down low, about knee-high on Jansen. She tries to tee it up with a 2-handed backhand in the middle of the net, however.
1-0-1. Second server.
So I think it's, we were talking before about what Marario and Johnson have to do. They've got to play better. Sperling and Jansen have to let their level go down. I mean, you're going to see, I think, Marario and Johnson have to be a little bit more aggressive, right? They're going to have to play with more risk, and with risk, sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't.
2-0-2.
So I think it's one of the reasons why we're seeing a few balls in the net early on here. Right, that's an example of it. She goes for the risk, speeding things up even off a low ball. In that case, she gets rewarded.
Sperling leads away, thinking it's going out. Lands just in. Calls it in himself.
3-0-2.
And now we're beginning a very different game, number 2.
Side up.
Jansen Sperling now down 3
0-3-1.
points. Trying to have their chance.
It's good stuff from Johnson right there.
Yeah.
Like,
Second
not just
server.
hitting the one shot, right? Any good player can hit one good shot, right? But being able to hit that same shot again and again and
0-3-2.
again and again with the same quality under pressure, Johnson did a very good job of that right there.
She steps in. Oh.
Point.
So
Mirja is like,
I mean-
1, 2, 3, go for 5.
You know what? I would consider that an inexperienced thing. Look, Johnson's on a roll here. She should keep going, right? I think that's what
1-3-2.
Marsha expected. Maybe he should have taken a step to his right to kind of communicate he was getting out of the way, but yeah, Johnson was on
Point.
a bit of a roll
Yeah,
there.
but she was dominating that point right there. So Jansen Sperling have
2-3-2.
turned their deficit to only 1 point margin. Big hit by Jansen. Clear went long. So you talked about her, and I think so far today she's probably had the most aggressive serve out of some of the players we've seen so far today. Certainly
Jansen?
Yes,
3, 2, 1.
exactly.
Yeah, she goes for a lot on the serve. I'd put her up there with Callie Smith, right, who also likes to take a good swing at the serves. I mean, this is the way, this is the,
4, 2,
the direction pickleball is going, right? Is look, if you think about it, there's
Even that right there.
nice drive from Johnson. Yeah, that's that higher risk, higher reward kind of style. There's never a time you have as much control as when you're serving, right? You're standing still, the ball's exactly where you want. You can wait for the wind to stop blowing. To merely put the ball in play,
5,
I
2,
think,
1.
is a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
And it's why we see more players now hitting harder. It's why we see more players hitting with
good
spin.
get. And they stay in the point. Oh, the net.
There you go, Johnson teeing it up again,
Point.
gets rewarded. Not quite the way she
Timeout
planned
receiving
it
team.
out.
Score is
It's going to
6-2-1.
force
Yes.
a timeout from
We have 1
Jansen and Sperling.
Yeah, with an amazing defense by Murario to keep it in play, forcing a timeout, and we'll see if they have their chance to come all the way back and win game number 2.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
And as we come back from the timeout, we see Jansen Sperling having a little bit of a confab to decide what are we going to do a little
John,
different
you
here.
have 1 timeout remaining.
Yeah, so I think they're talking, just like we
Mirja
talked
and
about
Georgia, you
here,
had 2 timeouts
the need
remaining.
for Johnson and Murario to take more risk, right? We see Georgia swinging away.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, in game number 1, they
You
only
have
had
6,
2 points
correct.
on the board, and here they are 6 up 4 points.
Time in.
Yeah, so I think that Jansen and
6-2-1.
Sperling are going to make sure they're hitting more balls to Murario. Or not.
Point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we have said previously that when it comes to those
7-2-1.
forehand backhand balls that are sort of marginal, Jansen's strong on the forehand side.
Good hustle by Johnson, not quite able
Second
to get
server.
it as the ball rolls off the net. With a small bounce. They're still with second server,
Yes,
another
you- yes, you
chance
are.
to increase this 5-point lead.
7-2-2.
Nice cross-court
Point.
dink there by John.
Yeah, there we go. So Sperling and Jansen, a couple errors here. Johnson and
Well,
where
look
are
at
you?
the-
All of a sudden, they've got an opening here.
Yeah, look at the difference on that scoreboard. Never got past 2 on game number 1, and now they're 6 points ahead.
And another error. So look, never count out competitors like Sperling and Jensen, but I think they're going to think this game's a write-off. They're going to settle in for game number 3 here. It's going to be tough to come back from this deficit.
See what happens.
Both Johnson and Morario took a swipe at that last ball. Morario, I believe, is the one who made contact.
10-2-2.
Communication, game point. Oh, Jansen ducks. Mario thinks he has it, but goes wide. Ooh, side out.
Yeah,
You hate that side out when you have 10 there, right?
Yeah. I mean,
you always hate your
I don't
side
mind
outs, I
like
guess.
the side out anytime, but some fancy acrobatics over there from Jansen. Top spin drop. This time it finds the net.
So we move on to second server. Sperling's.
Yeah, so Jansen. So a little paddle change there.
Yeah, yeah. Is that just simply faster than rewrapping?
2-10-2.
Get a little wet
You know
there,
what?
think?
I don't know. If I miss my drop in the net, I'd rather blame the pap. See? Now she made it. Perfect.
Ooh, double hit.
Good job by Sperling to get up high for that ball.
Up in the air, exactly.
I mean, it's funny for the person who hits the ball when it comes off twice off the paddle, but it also...
it's kind of like a net hit. Sort of.
Yeah, it can throw off the other team as well because the trajectory gets changed.
Right off.
Wow. What's that?
Wrong paddle.
So here they are again.
10-3-1.
Morario serving at 10. Game point.
Point in the game.
Okay, so there we go. Gold medal match going to 3.
We'll be back
Morario
with the conclusion of this gold mixed pro split age
11-3.
championship in Naples, California.
Florida.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
And we are back in beautiful Naples, Florida. Everybody giving me a hard time for doing that. I'm from California. And I've been a part of the U.S. Open with Pickleball
this is
Channel.
game
It's been
three.
an
We're gonna
honor
change
ever
ends
since
when
the
the first team
beginning.
reaches 6
Don't
points.
know why I said that.
Game 3, time in. 0-0.
But we are here at Game 3, ready to see who claims victory and becomes a U.S. Open champion.
So we said a little bit earlier, Rusty, that if the tides were going to turn, two things had to happen. The quality of play from Sperling and Jansen had to go down, and the quality of play from Morariu and Johnson had to go up. Both those things happened in game number 2, sort of spearheaded by the more aggressive style of Morariu and Johnson. So now the question is, here in game 3, do they continue? Do they continue that approach?
Is it just started to heat up there?
Sperling, nicely done, poking that backhand.
So you do, after those 2 points, the loss of game 1, you come out in game number 3 with 1 point, even though let's change the serve. How important is that point at the beginning of the game?
I mean, you'd rather win it than lose it. I think all these players know that, you know, there's a long way to go here in this third game. And so, yeah, you know, you want to get on a roll. It's nice to get those early, but it doesn't mean a ton. There's so many more you've got to do.
I think Sperling dodges. It looks like it landed in.
Yep.
So sends the ball back over the net. That's side out. Leads Georgia Johnson.
1-0-1.
Serving 1-0-1.
So again, so that's kind of what we were talking about before, right? Johnson being a little more assertive, coming across the middle a little bit more. We saw her do a good job of it there, even though she didn't come away with the point. Strategy is sound.
Side up.
Quick interchange and a side out with no additional points on the board. Coming back to Jansen for her opportunity to serve.
0-1-1.
That was nice.
Georgia Johnson, yeah.
Second server.
That second hand on the backhand, it's something we see so much more, especially the younger players coming into the sport. They're recognizing when they hit with that two-handed backhand, they've got more power often on that side, especially on high balls. Can even use a forehand grip when hitting that backhand. The benefit, of course, when you use that forehand grip is that way you don't have to change. You still have the advantage of that strong forehand to put a lot of top spin on it, like we see from Jansen. And you can use that other hand on the backhand to sort of support it, even though that forehand hand is in a weak position.
There we go. Nice job.
Second server.
And so here we find ourselves with a couple back and forth. No points added to the board. Minto trying to move his team forward. Another side out.
Yeah, a good counter punch there by Jansen. Very comfortable on that backhand side. There's not many people that can hit through her. Johnson sitting on that forehand. She was reading it all the way. Jansen speeds it up. Georgia hits it down. Nicely done.
0-1-2.
Yeah, a number of those forehands to the middle.
Side up.
And once again, we have another side out. Score continues to hold at 1-0-1.
1-0-1.
Okay.
Point.
You take it. It's not that typical.
2-0-1.
Jansen up there swinging her paddle a few times, a little frustrated.
Second server.
Every once in a while, you see Johnson there being a little experimental with that serve, using that pre-serve spin, Sometimes swinging
2-0-2.
slightly differently at the ball. Some people sometimes question whether it meets all the criteria for being legal.
Rolls on the net. Sperling gets it. Oh, Jansen gets it.
And well left. That is a veteran move from a 15-year-old right there. Having such a good long rally, being part of the point, knowing she can hit good high backhands.
Yes.
Letting that ball go, that is a disciplined play from Johnson. Sperling twice now.
Yeah.
Sitting on that forehand.
Here we go.
Got to think here if Johnson and Morario score another one, then we're going to see a timeout here because if Sperling and Jansen are not careful, this will slip away in a hurry. Miscommunication there.
Important side out. Still with that 4-0 lead on their part, significantly different with game number 1. They're playing differently now. Jansen serves to Morario.
Jansen nicely done, flicking that backhand pretty low. Accelerates well on it.
Nice
Catching
shot.
Morario. Yep.
Exactly, back into the corner. A little applause from the crowd recognizing the precision necessary for that. Sperling finally is like, there's my point.
Yeah, the balls he missed earlier weren't quite so high. This one was elevated nicely for him. It's an easy put away for John.
Jansen just served.
Okay. So much of pickleball is sort of confidence, right? Having the confidence to stick to a strategy, going heads up against a player. See a little bit of kind of a knowing look here from Jansen after outlasting Johnson. That kitchen battle.
Oh.
So, had what she wanted. Sperling sped things up. Johnson sat it up a little bit. Just handcuffed Jansen a little
3-4-2.
close to her body.
Oh.
Point.
And look at that. After a 4-0 lead, we're now tied
up
at 4.
4-4-2. Right up.
So as we continue in game number 3 of the Mixed Pro Split Age Gold Medal match. Mircea Morario serves to the Jansen.
There we go.
Second server.
So let's see. Georgia Johnson has had a little bit of magic throughout the day. Different moments when she really stepped up and started to take over, started to swing freely. Let's see if she can find that again.
Side up.
So holding them at bay, keeping the tie score at 4-4.
4-4-1.
Ball returns to Leah Jansen. Johnson with that four. Trying to get to the net. And here we are. Well played point. You can tell the audience is enjoying that moment.
Great defense.
Sperling and Jansen confirming the right position for that serve. They are now leading 5-4.
Point.
Ball to the arm.
Timeout. We're going to change hands.
Timeout called.
6-4-1. We have 1 minute.
As we are in game number 3, referee going to be switching sides at 6. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned to see who claims gold.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
As we take a look at the players coming back after this timeout, they are going to switch sides, of course. Game number 3, make sure everything is fair and square. Beautiful night here at East Naples Community Park on Zing Zang Championship Court. We're in for a treat here tonight. Midway through game number 3, Jansen and Sperling, after being down 0-4, they're now back serving, up 6-4 in this championship match.
Climbing back, putting 6 points on the board. It seems, Mark, whatever suggestion you were thinking they would need to do is coming into play.
7-4-1.
It's easier said than done up here, though, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Nicely
if
done.
John was here, he'd say that old man can still run. Sperling doing a good job. Let's take a listen here.
Second server.
You know what? And even though they lose that point, that sends a message that Jansen and Sperling, they are still going to run down every single ball. There's going to be no easy points here. There we go. Once again, a nice example, right? Sperling and Jansen, they don't care how they win. They just want to win. And if that means outlasting using dinks,
right,
great. If that means speeding things up, fine. They can do either. Versatile players.
Well, and interesting, a little earlier in this game, that dinking, Johnson and Mariah were finding themselves staying ahead of that. Jansen, maybe some arrows, but now at 9-4, a timeout has been called as all of a sudden Jansen and Sperling are close to winning the match.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
So as we just had a special moment to recognize some veterans, military who've served the country, the crowd stood up and applauded. Definitely a patriotic place here at East Naples Community Park at the U.S. Open. Some special stuff happens at the end of the week. Championship. Dick's Championship celebration is going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. It's a special day. We'll hopefully be able to bring you some live stuff early in the day and ultimately see the pro doubles matches. But today, we're watching mixed pro split age as Jansen and Sperling have found a way to come back so far from a 0-4 deficit.
Morario showing they've still got some fight in them as well, rolling that forehand down low to Sperling.
4-9-1.
Johnson saw what was coming. She started to back up in anticipation, trying to buy herself some time. Not enough, though. Good finish by Jansen.
4-9-2.
Yeah, so you can see Georgia there. She's trying. She's driving. She's, we called it before, the shake and bake, or the self-shake and bake. Jansen's defense too good.
A long interchange.
Yeah, long exchange there, and between Sperling and Jansen really going after Muraru. We now have a championship point here, Rusty.
On the line, gold at the U.S. Open. So victory goes to Leah Jansen and John Sperling at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Well fought, 3 games, some great interchanges all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, look, what more can you ask for in a gold medal match? Going all 3 teams played tough, saw real adjusting and strategy. And in the end, Jansen and Sperling just too much. They showed great diversity. They showed great patience, speeding things up when necessary, slowing down when necessary. Good battle all around. And that is what you get when you get to be here at Zing Zang Championship Court. You are going to want to stay close. We've got more great pickleball action. Bronze medal coming up in just a moment.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dix.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to Championship Court. I'm excited to be standing here with our silver medalists, Mircea Marario and Georgia Johnson. You guys, congratulations. A round of applause, everyone. And handing out your silver medals will be Joe from Naples, Volvo of Naples, Florida.
Congratulations. Great job, brother. Playing well. Played real well. Georgia, if we weren't on TV, I'd give you a big hug. I'm so proud of you. You did a great job. Really, really good job. Awesome to watch you.
And your additional prize there.
Ah, nice.
So you guys, that was well fought, and the audience loved it. Online, they loved it. Game number 1 didn't go your way. Game number 2, impressive. But you're here. You have a silver medal around your neck. It's great to see you new. You've been here before. What's going on in your minds right now?
Again, for the second day, I get to play with another Johnson, and I'm so grateful and honored. I mean, she's amazing. We have a great time together. Look at that beautiful smile. We have fun, and she's an amazing talent that literally is at like 50 to 60% of where she's going to be. So I'm just excited to see her grow, and I'm incredibly fortunate to just be on the same court with her. So thank you for playing. Love you, Squish.
And so here you are, the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships with a silver medal. You're smiling big. What are you thinking?
It was a super fun event. I'm so grateful I got to play with Mircea, who I get to practice with all the time, and it was so fun. And thank you to everyone who cheered us on and watched us all day.
All right, another round of applause. And now I'm excited to bring out our gold medalists, our champions at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. They're coming this way. John Sperling and Leah Jansen. You guys, fantastic. Joe, again, from Volvo of Naples, is going to be bringing out your gold medals. Go ahead, come on out. In addition to those gold medals, you're going to be winning a Head Sweats Champions hat. You're going to be getting these Skechers pickleball shoes coming out. Okay, the championships hat there first.
Thank you.
Brand new shoes from Skechers, specifically designed for pickleball. You get your prize money. It just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. We have some certificates for you. Might have heard it by now. Go ahead, bring those out, Joe. 3-day, 2-night cruise, courtesy of Margaritaville at Sea. Yeah. They're reading up on it. So here you are, guys. Yeah, we'll learn about the cruise. I promise it's real. So you have a gold medal around your neck. You're at Championship Court. What's going on?
It's just it's exciting to be here. Been a long time making this dream happen, so it's been a lot of fun. A lot of people supporting us. Thank you, everybody who cheered us on all day. It's unbelievable. And, and playing next to this young lady all day, so much fun.
Yeah, so number 1 went your way really powerfully. Number 2 didn't. What had to change in number 3 for you guys to close this out?
I started playing just a little bit more aggressive, and then John kind of stabilized the points at the end. But yeah, I just kind of played my game, which is speeding up a little bit more. So yeah, I feel like that was the answer.
Yeah, well, it worked well. You have a gold around your necks. And thank you for being a part of this amazing event. Everyone at home and around the auditorium here, we got more great pickleball coming up. Good job.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if he just rolled.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
And I know it's something that Simone's been working on and has talked about is when you go out there, don't worry about losing, but go out and go for it. And so tough to do against players like Kovalev and Wright, but they seem a little bit tentative here and reactive.
Right, hit the overhead, returned by Jardim. Oh, what a great dig there by Simone.
And then we're seeing a battle here.
Matt Wright off the net cord.
Oh, wow.
How about that reaction?
And wow, is this crowd excited. I see Simone signs over in the VIP area. That was just fantastic.
That was a terrific exchange.
That's as good as pickleball gets right there, and what a treat to be able to do this here in this venue on this night. Good idea.
Well, thank you for watching. It's been an amazing day. And right now we're going to see one more mixed pro split age match. Smith Gingrich versus Kawamoto Weinbach, competing to take home a bronze medal here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. Once again, you've seen her before several times.
Yeah, Callie Smith, so tough out there. She is a power player and she is a good mover. Burning up the court all over the place. Dane Gingrich, of course, solid on forehand and backhand side. Look for him to use that two-handed backhand as a counter-attacking shot.
They're there over there on the court. Final meetings with the ref, discussing probably some more strategy and everything. They've had a good day so far. Unfortunately, did not make it to the gold. But here we have veteran of the U.S. Open, Dave Weinbach from Madison, Wisconsin, with that crazy picture there, him jumping up in the air, hitting that backhand. Multiple medals from the U.S. Open. And here he's in again for a possibility for bronze. Jade Kawamoto, impressive show.
Yeah, originally from Hawaii, now calls Indiana home. She has been solid on the court, really standing up to the pressure. Really impressed us in the earlier match here. Just her opponents were a little bit too much, and now she and Weinbach are going to try to team up and take that bronze.
And you see them there with some final discussions and planning and strategy a little bit. It'll be interesting to see, as we've seen each of these players' games evolve a little bit. Their strategies, I should say, evolve throughout the day depending upon who they're playing. We know Weinbach can be very high energy and active on the court. Previously, his play with Kawamoto, your thoughts how that might differ in this match?
Yeah, we'll see a little bit. I mean, Dave is kind of the wily veteran who knows how to respond to what's in front of him. So it'll depend a little bit on what we see from Smith and Gingrich. If we see what we saw earlier, which was the opponents basically trying to keep every ball away from Dave, then he's going to have to be very active if he wants to get his paddle on the ball. He's going to have to poach more. He's going to have to speed things up when he does get the chance. Now we're going to have to see if Smith and Gingrich use that same strategy previous opponents have. They might start to keep things a little more even early on. So we'll find out.
Weinbach to serve on my left.
And to clarify, this is a
And
medal
Smith
match, so
and
even though
Gingrich
earlier
to
you were
receive on
watching
my
some of
right.
these
It's a bronze
1
medal
game to
match, 2 out of
15,
3. Game
as a
one,
medal
time
match, we're
in,
going to do
0,
2 out of
3.
3.
Great. Callie Smith gets handcuffed there. Nicely done by Weinbach. Always a good idea if you're speeding things up to go at the forehand hip or the forehand shoulder of your opponent. He does that and gets rewarded.
1-0-2.
With 1 point on the board, Kawamoto serves again.
Point.
Okay, early error there from Smith.
Okay. Still very early in the match.
Kawamoto and Weinbach being the lefty-righty duo, they've got the luxury of putting their forehands in the middle if they want. Pretty sure Dave defended that first ball almost with the handle of his paddle. Goes back up and over, but Callie Smith finishes the job.
Side up.
So the ball goes back with the side out.
0-2-1.
Gingrich tries to drive that.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see a little variety early on. They're going to try to test the waters. They're going to see what seems to be working, right? And how you drop the game plan and how it works out aren't always the same. In that case, right, trying to counter attack off of Kawamoto's backhand unsuccessfully.
2-0-1.
Reach by Gingrich to keep that in play. Oh, over the net. Still in it. Another one.
Kawamoto will be fired up, as she should be, if she wins that exchange under an immense amount of pressure. Ends up holding on and finishing the point. Well
Absolutely.
done, Kawamoto.
So the beginning off with this 3-0 lead. Confidence has to be building for Jade Kawamoto as well.
Gingrich misses that forehand dink volley.
Four 0-1.
We are up at the net again.
The ball's called wide by Gingrich. Oh,
Dave
could
said-
be a challenge. I think we're going to see a challenge.
Dave said nice shot.
Oh. Okay. So Gingrich gave it over to Weinbach.
We have 5 and you have 0.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jade Kawamoto looks locked in right now, Rusty. She has been withstanding the pressure. That's maybe why Gingrich and Smith are going to call the timeout here.
Yeah, so we have 5-0 lead here in game number 1 of the Mixed Pro Split Age Bronze match. We are excited to see more action, so don't go away.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Paddle Tech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Coming back with another view of Zing Zang Championship Court. You can see that scoreboard up there. Special thanks to Brian McKenzie and his crew for making that possible so people inside here can see easily. Although we have a PA with the referee so everyone can hear, but all of this goes into making a special event. There we have Gingrich and Smith discussing a bit. What's going on in their head, do you think, Mark?
Yeah, they are thinking 5-0 is not a great place to be early on in this gold medal match. And, you know, I don't know if they're surprised that Kawamoto has stood up to the pressure as well as she has. Bronze medal match, thank you. Doesn't really matter what color match gold medal you're playing for. You're never really happy being down 5-0. We may start to see that a little bit because, you know, they've tested the waters of Kawamoto. She has stood up to the pressure, and so now we say, okay, let's mix things up. Let's go hard at Dave and see if he can do the same. Maybe.
Or at least surprising. Little pop with the net. Smith keeps it going, but Weinbach puts it away.
Yeah, so good at finishing those points. Take a look here. Having a few times where Kawamoto, I thought that they were balls that she might have an opportunity to attack if she wanted to, but she seems content to sort of sit back and defend.
And it's working with a 6-0 lead.
Interested that we haven't seen any lobs yet from Weinbach. He is one of those players who is known to get into these longer rallies and then throw up the lob. Hasn't needed it so far, but even in previous matches, really noticeable absence of those offensive shots.
Yeah, before we know it, we're at 7-0.
Football, right foot.
Okay, Weinbach getting a little too tight to that non-volley zone.
Thought he had another one. See if we can. It kind of pushed off to the side in the middle, I think.
Yep.
0-7-1. Second server.
Gingrich and Smith, a little flat here right now. Not something you say about them often, but Kawamoto and
0-7-2.
Weinbach have definitely been making them earn it. Look at that, Kawamoto on the left side now.
I tell you, they are on fire.
So
on fire.
Interesting strategy to me. We haven't seen Kawamoto play on the left. If I'm up 7-0, I'm probably going to keep doing what we're doing, but for whatever reason, they thought switching it made sense.
A little discussion. Smith returns. Another little pop on the net. Another one.
Second server.
That one didn't make it over. Moving on to second server, still with a sizable 7-point lead.
7-0-2. One.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now, Kawamoto.
This is the best we've seen her today, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she's a gamer, right? She's rising to the occasion here in that bronze medal match. There we go, Callie Smith. First time I think we've seen her today, jumping that corner, playing that Ernie, reading well that Kawamoto was going to go down the line. Take a look here. Talked about Smith's movement.
And so with a side out, we can see if they can finally get off at 0. Good get.
The ball is going to be wide. Gingrich is going to question. Smith is going to question.
Weinbach called it wide as well.
I cannot overrule that.
Dave's quick to, as Gingrich looks to the crowd, someone gives a thumbs, oh, it's wide. Dave's quick to say thank you to the crowd.
Yeah, they're going to challenge that. I mean, if I'm down 7-0, or what are we at, 8-0 now? Might as well challenge it too. So we're gonna have a replay.
So the folks in the truck will continue to look. The referee's there. There'll be a moment
On the far sideline.
while we see what happens.
The ball was called out.
Up.
We will review the call.
Referee's letting everybody know that it's going to be reviewed. They're playing a little cue in the background. So thank you to our referee in the truck who's looking at all the different camera angles, playing them back as close to frame as possible. Who will then be giving the word back to the referee on the court, letting him know what the answer is. Mark, yes, how did we get here? You can make your prediction. You've gotten them all, haven't you? Go ahead.
No, that is going to be called in, is my prediction.
So you think it's going to be overruled, right? Because it was called out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that one's going to be overruled. Yeah, how do we get here? I mean, look, Smith and Gingrich, they have not been playing great. I don't think that they would say they're playing great. They've made some errors. They've made some misses on balls that normally they're very steady on. So they need to play better. At the same time, Weinbach Kawamoto, they have done everything right. I think we should give a special shout out to Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, she's on fire this match.
Yeah, and she's been playing defense very well, very steadily on both sides. And, you know, she sped things up when she needed to, but she's really given her opponent a chance.
Weinbach is trying to ask us if we know the call. He's over here trying to interrupt, doing everything he can to sway the decision in his favor. Of course, now he's giving some hugs. But yes, as you can see the referee there, he's listening, talking. Ultimately, it does have to be clear. If it's too close to call, just like in every other sport, the call stands.
Shout out to Caitlin from the production team.
Yes. Oh, I'll take this moment right now.
There you go.
Big shout out to the crew. Thank you so much. Hugo, David, Jim, Evan. You guys, I don't know if you're even hearing this. Caitlin, JT. Up, here we go.
It's called in.
Overruled, it's called in. So before we finally go back, Markel, Hector, Eric, Paul, Ray, Drew, Terry, thank you so much, everybody. And then, of course, my team as well.
Team of Weinbach and Kawamoto.
Weinbach's making some jokes there with Gingrich.
Are charged to timeout.
Well, of course, they play together, Dave and Dane.
And we're back to continue this mixed pro split age bronze medal match. As Callie Smith serves to Dane Weinbach and see if she can get her team to move past that zero.
You have one. Dane, you're the server. Now are we good? Yes. Oh, wow. Are we good here? Yes. No.
Dane is messing with the referee a little bit.
1-8-1.
But it is serious. If you're in the wrong spot, that's a fault.
And very quickly, the smiles are gone from the faces of Gingrich and Smith. Down 1-8, second server.
1-8-2.
So with 1 point on the board now.
Oh, nicely done. Dave Weinbach finishing the job. Once again, Kawamoto.
She was heating it up in the middle
of the work. Yeah, look at her work there. And you don't really care who finishes the point when you're playing at this level, just that your team puts the ball in play once more than the others.
Mm-hmm. Nice angle by Gingrich there. The first overhead to one corner. Weinbach joking with the crowd again. This is a unique space. He's been here before. He likes to entertain as well as play hard.
Kawamoto, it's one of the few times that we've seen her be outlasted by
yeah.
her opponents. Ball catches the top of the net. She doesn't look too pressed about it.
1-8-1.
Smith, I mean, this is a difference. You asked earlier what was the difference. How did we get here? Like, that's kind of it there. We saw throughout this tournament Callie Smith connecting on those counterattacking backhands. Not so here in this bronze.
Kawamoto answered that.
Oh, wind back changes. That is a classic situation. I'm sure most of our viewers at home have been there, where you change your mind at the last second.
282.
Smith drives that.
Gingrich cannot hang on to it. Ball
Side up.
gets him just off the wrist, it looks like.
It's good to see a little bit of playful
8-2-1.
spirit. Oh no.
Second server.
After all that joking, maybe got to get back in the game a little bit.
8-2-2.
Weinbach's got to back up on that. As good as his hands are, when Kawamoto's working so hard just to get the ball back in play, you know it's going to sit up. He's got to get back here to try to give him a chance at least.
Yeah.
281.
And then it just opens up more, right?
That's a shot you go for up 8-2, where you don't quite have the angle. It's a little bit more of a hope and a prayer than actually seeing that ball.
Somehow, Gingrich says that the ball was out. Oh, gosh. A little bit of back and forth.
So again, Smith, right? Same strategy we've seen earlier. Done very effectively, but not connecting on it, not executing.
382.
She is not in a joking mood.
No, not at all. So, interestingly, clearly both of these teams want to win, but we're having our highest number of hijinks all tournament long. We'll see at some point. Yeah. How much this affects the game. As you said, I mean, the opponents are Kelly Smith and Jade Kawamoto are smiling some, but
Sorry.
Ball was called
Second
out.
serve.
Kawamoto.
okay.
8-3-2.
Well, we have an 8-0 lead, which has been decreased a little bit.
Smith puts in an effort there to get
Yeah.
the ball back. She gets her pedal on it, but can't keep it anywhere near the court. So we take a little replay brought to you by Skechers.
9-3-2.
And here we are, 2 points away of game number 1.
Point.
Smith struggling a little bit here.
And we are looking at game point.
10-3-2.
As Weinbach serves to Smith. And Kawamoto puts it away.
How fitting. Kawamoto, who played such great defense all game long, finishes it with put away on that high forehand as we take another look.
The score is 11.
Quick interchange. And then finally, there it goes. It's been a pleasure. Stay tuned to see who claims this medal.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
As Callie Smith just serves to begin game number 2. We welcome you back to the bronze medal match here at the Mixed Pro Split Age Bracket at the US Open.
So if you're just joining us, what we saw game number 1, Jade Kawamoto, who we just saw there, standing tall against Smith and Gingrich. She and Dave Weidbach combined a convincing win, 11-3. My prediction, Rusty, Jade will continue to play at that high level, but Callie Smith is going to pick things up. She's not played her best in game number 1, and I think we're going to start to see a different Smith out here. I mean, the alternative is that Gingrich starts to be more active. We've talked about this many times, no matter whether it's men or women, supporting your partner if they're struggling a little bit. So that's the alternative, is that Gingrich starts to do a bit more. I suspect, you know, Callie as a competitor,
for sure,
doesn't really have 2 games in a row where she's off.
Wow. Kawamoto there handles that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jade continues to play well. She knows her role right now. Her role is to hit a lot of balls and to keep those balls down, give Dave a chance to do things, and, you know, occasionally when she does get that higher ball, that she does something offensive as well. We know that she can do it, and she's shown it. Smith, good counterattack there.
At that point, yeah.
The strategy hasn't changed. She was doing that earlier. This time we see her convert.
And so game number 2 begins once again with Gingrich and Smith trying to get on the board.
So we see Callie Smith getting ready to serve here. They're on the board. They got that first point.
Clarifying position.
They do a quick little mathematical calculation here to figure out who's on the right, who's on the left. This sometimes happens when we're stacking or switching, as you can lose track. Either who's serving.
Actually can't even see who's. I think the first server wristbands are white.
No, Callie's got it on her left wrist there.
Oh, the red.
Yeah.
In my video, it was a white cotton one. Look at that.
That's an attackable ball.
longer interchanges.
Oh. That is a ball that Smith needs to start to make.
So the serve goes over to Kawamoto. As Gingrich and Smith get into position. Gingrich will be returning.
Smith is long, that forehand volley. She's got to get a little more on top of it.
Yeah, Kawamoto drove that return, which I think she hasn't been doing that as much.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them, but not.
But I don't think Gingrich was joking necessarily. He's a little frustrated there. Realizing he kind of got it wrong.
In that case, I think actually Weinbach got in the way of Kawamoto. I think she was there reading that drive down the line. I should say through the middle.
It sounded like both paddles hit there.
It's one of the rare times that we've seen Kawamoto succumb to the pressure there. Got to wonder whether that's a turning point here, whether Smith and Gingrich think that, you know, maybe it happening. They got to hope it happens again.
Yeah, speaking of paddles earlier, Kelly Smith playing with Onyx, Dan Gingrich, Electra.
There we go.
First big yell of the game from Smith.
I mean, she hasn't had many balls that high to hit. Like, she's finally got that one. She converted. That's a pretty standard operating procedure shot for her, but it means a lot, right? And there it
she thought that was in. She gave it a little bit too early of a yell.
So she's on this edge, right? We talked before about, like, I made the prediction that she was going to elevate her game in game 2, and we're not quite there yet, but she knows how important it is. Oh, I see what happened. Weinbach didn't see it. He assumed because of Smith's positive reaction that that ball must have caught the line. And because players here call their own lines, he assumed it was in. Smith is the one who said no, in fact, it was out.
So the crowd gave an applause of appreciation. Nice point.
Kawamoto must be so satisfied. Like, look how calm and cool she is. You don't hear her scream very often. You don't hear her yell.
It's kind of this relaxed affect.
But there's this look of like confidence right now that I think continues to build as she continues to come out on top after those rallies.
And surprisingly, Gingrich has that. I mean, Weinbach. What's that third into the net? He does it again. That's 2 in a row. Which for somebody like me would happen all the time, but Dave typically hits his third shots pretty well. Ooh, just over the net.
Kelly Smith surprises Weinbach. He thinks that ball's going toward the middle. She lays back that wrist just enough to go behind him.
Yeah. And so our deficit is now within 1.
Nicely done, Kawamoto getting the ball high, putting it down. You hear the paddle scratcher from Gingrich. And again, look at that. I think right now, Kawamoto's resting heart rate is like 50 beats per minute. So calm out there.
So Weinbach's interchange forces a side out as we come back again. To Kawamoto and Weinbach. You're starting to attack Weinbach a little bit more, yeah?
Well, he made those 2 errors in the last time he was serving on those third shot drops, and we're going to see if he's got a few more errors in him.
Oh, she gets it. Still in play. Wow. Some good defense there, but you can only hold on so long, right?
Wow, that is an excellent point. Let's take a look here. Once again, that ball sits up. Bit of an error there from Kawamoto. She hasn't made many, but that ball's high enough for Gingrich to put it down. Feel a little bit of a momentum shift here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout from Weinbach and Kawamoto.
So if we get to 6, you think?
5-4-1.
Tension's building. And Gingrich goes for it, and it works in his favor.
That is one of the few times that against those attacks from near the net, Kawamoto hasn't been able to get it back.
6-4-1.
And now 6-4 up. Despite that interchange, we move on to Kelly Smith, second server.
They went on a little run there. They've still, things are going the way of Smith and Gingrich right now. Let's see if Weinbach can get his team going.
Nice point. Oh, she hung in there.
Kawamoto did a good job there. Weinbach did as well. Callie Smith, a little impatient. We saw 2 of those kinds of errors, right? We can think of not just about errors, but the kinds of errors. We've seen a couple of impatient errors from Smith. Ball goes just wide at the right side of the Smith court.
No, we came over at 4-6. It was 4-6-1.
5-6-2, Dave Weinbach delivers to Callie Smith. She approaches the net. That is a shot she's used a few times, sometimes with more success than others. This time it found the line. Let's take a listen.
There's that big yell she's known for.
Less, I think, about winning that point, although obviously that's a key point to win, or a key rally to win, but more about sort of the confidence that comes from it, from making that shot after missing it a few times.
Yeah. And we are now in a very different looking game than number 1, with Smith Gingrich serving at 6, to Kawamoto and Weinbach at 5.
Callie Smith cannot catch up to that Kawamoto volley. Once again finds the net.
6-5-2.
Forcing that second serve.
Callie sitting on that backhand. It's almost like she was swinging at it before it even came over the net. Take a look here. A couple of players going for a quick towel off there. It's still warm out here. Beautiful.
It is.
Naples, Florida.
Well, it's a combination of both the temperature and the humidity. I grew up in humidity, spent 29 years in California. It feels a lot different now coming back from that. You've been traveling all over the place. You're used to different temperatures there.
It's a dry heat out here, Russ.
It's not quite a dry heat, yeah. No, but it's actually, I thought it was going to be over 90 all week long. The temperatures dropped a little bit. We've had beautiful weather so far, and it's actually been pretty pleasant comparatively. We've had some other years a little hotter. Right into the stomach. Dave's going to make a few comments there, I'm sure.
I think these ones he might want to keep to himself. That's right. Again, sitting on that backhand.
And all of a sudden, it's 8-5. I think Dave thought he was going to get that over the net, but rejected. It's that for people used to playing with temporary nets, all those balls can make it over, but when you're playing with a permanent net and that steel wire going across, you can stop a ball in its tracks.
You don't hit the ball in the net, do you, Rusty?
Never.
Oh, wow. Little inside-in forehand there. Very deceptive. That's going to force a timeout for Kawamoto and Weinbach. They're going to want to slow down Smith.
Because here we are, the opposite extreme. Smith Gingrich with 10. Weinbach Kawamoto with 5. We'll see if this timeout works in their favor.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer, say bye to basic seltzer.
And we're back as the timeout is winding to a close. We started off, you see there on the board, game number 1. Quite quickly and powerfully went to Kawamoto and Weinbach, 11-3. They started off with a lead here in number 2, but we find ourselves now with Smith Gingrich about to take this to a 3rd game, resting at match point. You see there, Jade Kawamoto drying off her hands. It's been an incredible game and match actually so far. She's playing probably the best we've seen her all day long. Weinbach as well and Gingrich have had quite a few laughs earlier. If you missed that, rewind and watch the games for your comedy hour. But right now it's about fierce competition. We'll see who takes home the bronze.
And there we go, Smith and Gingrich teaming up to good little comeback there for them. Smith is fired up. She wants this, and we're going to see what happens. Game number 3.
Let's take a look at that last moment.
Yeah, Smith really elevating her game here. We knew that that would have to happen. It's not that Kawamoto or Weinbach played poorly, but Smith picked it up along with Gingrich, finishing the point that right there nicely.
So it is day number 3 as the bronze medal match moves on to a 3rd game after this.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dick.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
And here we are once again on Zing Zang Championship Court, about to begin game number 3 in the bronze medal match of the mixed split pro age.
Callie Smith up to her old ways, getting that deceptive forehand. Rusty, what a way to end day 3 here at the tournament with a best-of-3 match that goes all 3 games for the bronze medal.
Exactly. We've seen some great play. I think all 4 of these players have had some great moments. It's the second time, almost got another body blow to Weinbach. He got his paddle on it, but.
So the thing I noticed here, and it's, it started to happen sort of midway through game 2, is the communication between Kawamoto and Weinbach has diminished a lot. Right, even after that last point, didn't say anything to each other. Not usually a good sign. There it is again. That's that shot.
A little deceptive there.
Right, and you see, look how far apart. Look how far apart Kawamoto and Weinbach are.
2-0-1.
Off to a 2-0 lead.
Smith's got to make that after kind of having like an early start in the momentum. I mean, it doesn't have to be that perfect.
2-0-2.
Ball goes wide. Kawamoto not playing quite with the confidence she did earlier. Ball being sailed a little bit. There is a bit of a breeze at their back. Of course, partway through they're going to switch sides here after one team wins 6 points.
3-0-2.
It's a big serve by Smith. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, right.
We saw Leah Jansen hitting some big serves. This one pulling Kawamoto out to the right. Misses the backhand return.
4-0-2.
If I am Smith and Gingrich, I could not have asked for a better start to this third game. Opponents looking flat, not talking to each other. And meanwhile,
Weinbach looked to try to speed that up there right into the net.
Yep. Meanwhile, Smith and Gingrich, their confidence is growing.
Side up.
But now's a chance. Side out. Brings the ball to the serve of Jade Kawamoto, who's new here to championship court at the U.S. Open this year.
Smith this time snaps that forehand cross court. She'd beaten Weinbach down the line twice earlier. This time changes things up. Kawamoto sitting on it. That's a bang-bang play.
Yeah, and as you talk about this sort of this calm state, her intensity is increasing, but almost no reaction after that win. There she goes, all by herself.
Yeah, a bit of a speed up there from Kawamoto. Smith tried to play a reset, probably the right choice. Didn't execute as well as she'd want. Ball sits up, Kawamoto takes care of business.
2-5-1.
Oh. Smith needs to get it down. There.
Back to the cross-court thing. Oh, just over.
Wow.
Oh, no, it didn't roll. I thought it rolled over.
Wow, what a point there. There were a few times that either team, I mean, I would say should have won the point, right? In most cases they would, but the other team plays such great defense.
Just hit enough of that tape to reject the ball back to their side.
Yeah, crowd's enjoying this one, that's for sure. As we see that late day sun come in here through Zing Zang Championship Court.
Yeah. Bounces off the tape, comes back to Kawamoto.
Smith was ready for that. She was swinging on that backhand side. It's almost like Gingrich got his paddle in the way. He knows it. He was sort of there, almost like kind of a defensive blocking situation. Smith was winding up.
3-5-2.
Kind of like that. Dane stays out of the way. This time Smith is on the left side. Counterattacks with the forehand. Well done.
Brings the
5-3-1.
ball back over to their side.
Oh. Okay, this time Weinbach comes out on top, going head to head. As you see these exchanges, really both players making the bet that they're going to be able to overpower the other.
Five, 3-2.
Weinbach hit it back there. Gingrich was able to handle it, drop it in, but then ultimately frustrated with himself. Ends up
3-5-1.
We're still at 3-5.
Kawamoto, Alas, Smith.
Yep.
Once, I mean, this is really, it's sort of been like a game within the game, right? Throughout the day here.
Yeah, yeah.
Smith versus Kawamoto, how they can sort of stand up to each other doing their various roles. The ball finds just inside the corner. Smith quite pleased with that result. We're not going to get the ball back just yet, although Kawamoto is going to serve here to Gingrich.
4-5-2.
Watch out.
Oh!
Wow. Yeah. So that could be the turning point right there. I mean, it's just a side out. It's not a point. But once again, where in this case, Weinbach and Kawamoto had a chance to tie things, Callie Smith really typically would not win that point, right? With that high ball to Weinbach. Finds a way, gets the side out. Wonder if that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah, and in game number one, you saw very few of that. Kawamoto and Weinbach were on fire. Just everything they did seemed to work.
5-4-1.
A higher number of those interchanges ending up in the net in particular. Not so much winners, but oh, nice.
Wow. Smith finishes the job. Kawamoto plays some good defense there, defending that ATP. We're going to get a little quick timeout while the players switch ends. Take a look at it again.
Comes back.
Callie Jo Smith sitting on that backhand all night long. Well done for her.
Down at Dave Weinbach's feet. And as we continue and the teams switch from one side to the other at 6, we have an opportunity to see if Kawamoto and Weinbach can come back. Once again, it's been an exciting match. We've seen things go back and forth. This game's been a little bit more even. We're still at just a 2-point spread mark. Strategy-wise, Gingrich and Smith feel like they're on a roll.
I mean, at this point, the strategy is not going to change. You got your strategy. You're going to stick with it. It comes down to a question of execution. Who can capitalize on the opportunities that they have? Who can steal a few, just like we saw a moment ago? Callie Smith scraping and scratching and stealing a point. A rally, I should say, that she shouldn't have probably won given the situation. And so it really comes down to execution, and that's why you put in the hours on the court, so that when you're tired, when you're feeling the pressure, when it's been a long day, you can perform.
Yeah, no matter what, it's great to see, again, new faces. It seems like every year there's a new. It's Georgia Johnson, JW and her mom. It's Kawamoto. It's last year, Eva Welshire, just constantly bringing new family, new people, new talent into the game.
6-4-1. Second server.
Tough to play a third shot drop on such a deep return of serve, especially when you've just changed sides. Right, there's now a little bit of wind at the back of Gingrich and Smith. I might be more inclined to play that as a drive, not having to be quite so precise.
There's that big overhead.
Yeah, Kelly Smith, good job playing that drop, getting in quickly, just in case that ball sits up, which it did.
7-4-2.
Once again, Kawamoto and Smith. Wow. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Weinbach thought that ball was going to go long. It stays in. Smith lines it up perfectly. The wind was not an issue for her. Wow, take a look and listen.
Yeah. A big comment after that from Gingrich as well. Both of them fired up right now as they get closer and closer, and I imagine they're feeling like the bronze is within their grasp.
You got to be careful here not to overplay. Sometimes that happens after a big point. Yep, so that ball that Smith sent to Weinbach wasn't slow enough to be a good dink, wasn't fast enough to be a good flick. He's going to be all over that every time. Makes her pay.
4-8-1.
Once again at the net. Oh my goodness.
Increasingly rusty in pickleball. We've seen teams with the serve, or even if they don't lose a point necessarily, taking a timeout, even if they've got a lead. Smith tries to go for it. Give her credit for hanging in there. Yeah, sometimes we'll see even if you are in the lead, as we see Smith and Gingrich are, we take a look and a listen.
6-8-1.
Yeah, Kawamoto 2 in a row, finished by Weinbach. Just now Kawamoto served, or sorry, Smith served to Kawamoto.
So watch out for Weinbach here. He has a way. You know, this is one of the reasons he's such an accomplished player.
Right.
He has a way of finding ways to win. And so even though they're down here, I would not be surprised if Dave does something unexpected. Nicely done by Smith and Gingrich teaming up, attacking down low against Kawamoto. They're going to get the side out.
So as players on both teams head on over to a towel, grab their face and their hands and their paddle. We are here, excited to be bringing this global stream to you. Thank you for our audiences around the world. We have participants here from Sweden and Australia, different time zones, different continents. It's exciting. And also our audience around the world. Thank you.
Callie Smith, in credit both to her for the quality of the shot, but also to Gingrich sticking to the game plan. He could have hit that ball as well, but they knew, especially with this 1-2 punch, this forehand-backhand combination, favors Smith.
So Kawamoto and Weinberg are going to do something. They need to do it now.
How about a forehand winner?
How about a forehand winner?
That drop sits up too high.
With one more chance at the serve, 2 points away from a bronze medal. Gingrich serves.
Gingrich.
Nice angle on that as well.
All right, we've got a match point here for the bronze medal, Rusty.
We've seen all day long, all week long, these 10 points go to 12 and beyond.
Yes.
We'll see right now
10-6-2.
if this is closing it out.
There we go, Dave Weinbach saying not yet. We want another chance to serve. Nicely done on the backhand. He was covering the middle of the court. Had to stab at it a little bit, but so strong on that backhand side, he's able to play a winner.
So critical side out.
I was just going to say, if Kawamoto and Weinbach can get a free point there, as they did from Smith, maybe that's just going to sow a little bit of doubt. That is a shot that is sort of a live by the sword, die by the sword for Smith. Earlier today, she struggled with that down the line forehand, catching the net a few too many times. Later on, she's executed very well.
You have 7. 7-10-2.
Weinbach serves.
Ball goes wide. Kawamoto's backhand dink. Too much of an angle. That's going to set up another bronze medal point for Callie Smith.
She's done so well
10-7-1.
all match. And here it is.
And with that forehand volley in the net,
the victory goes to Smith and Gingrich, winning that bronze medal at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships in the mixed pro split age.
So take a look at the final point here again. Back and forth throughout the night. Smith and Gingrich, Weinbach, Kawamoto. Great match all around, all the players. Thanks for watching. Stay close. We're going to talk to the bronze medalists in just a moment.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Welcome back. I'm at the medal stand with Callie Smith and Dane Gingrich, who've won bronze here at the U.S. Open. A round of applause, everyone. You guys, that was a great way to end our day. People around the world and here sitting on the edge of their seats. You went to 3 games. Number 1, ouch, did not quite go your way, but here you are at the end. What had to happen? Number 2 was a little faster, but number 3 was a struggle. What was going on?
Well, let's say we just didn't start out in sync. We came off a win and a little bit of a sit down, and it took us a minute to kind of get our bearings and figure out what we were doing. But after talking together and figuring out our game plan, we just executed the game plan, and it worked. So I just owe it to this guy for mental toughness over here. Kept me mentally tough, and it's great when you have a wonderful partner to pump you up and keep you going and keep you mentally into it. So that's fun, and I just want to thank all my sponsors, Onyx and Optivita and Spry, and my family and all of you wonderful fans out here. So thanks for being here and for being so wonderful.
Yeah, Dane, here you are again, championship court with another medal. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so exhausted. If I look in the calendar and says that we start at 8 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going home. Like, it's ridiculous. This is amazing. First, I want to say congrats to Dave and Jade and Mircha and Georgia and John and Leia. Amazing tournament. I mean, this event, especially for us oldies, is so exciting to be able to play with these amazing top players in the world. I've been asking her to play for 18 years, and she finally said yes. I can't explain how exciting it is, especially for us, right, to be able to play with Callie and Riley and such. So this is just my favorite event by far.
Yeah, it is a special one, and to see these different matchups that you don't normally see. So you guys, thank you so much for being our participants and giving a great show to everyone literally around the world. Thank you so much. One more round of applause to our bronze medal winners. And for everyone else who's out there, oh yeah, we got to give you your medals.
Oh.
Here, Joe from
Take that.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Joe, come on out with the medals.
Thank you.
Way to go, man.
Volvo of Naples.
All right. Thank you. Callie, way to go.
Thank you.
You're really fun to watch, you guys.
Thank you.
Great job. All right, keep up.
And your prize money as well.
Callie, good for you.
Thank you.
So double recognition. Congratulations. Thank you again. And for literally everyone around the world, thanks for watching on Pickleball Channel. Stay tuned. There's a lot more to come all week long.